Donald Trump, right? Listen, we are the puppets of Israel. That's the other talking point. It's, Epstein was bribed into this fucking war. Really? Oh, this war was a distraction from Epstein. The war is a distraction from Epstein, but our first lady TV and says she was not a victim of Epstein. How the fuck is that going to make everybody forget about Epstein? To be a distraction from Epstein. Make it make sense. It doesn't make any sense if that was the goal. As far as, yes, we've had moments during this conflict. Trump wanted to negotiate with Iranian leadership. And he was frustrated with the fact that Israel kept on knocking off their heads. Just kept knocking them down. So, yes, we had some divergent interests. But, of course, we can't acknowledge that because that doesn't suit the narrative that he's a puppet of Israel. That would fit that narrative. But we can't tell the truth. We have to pretend. Do you guys remember in his first term, who was he supposed to be a puppet of back then? Vladimir Putin, anybody? Anybody? Do you guys remember when he was supposed to be Putin's? What happened to all of that talk? Manchurian Canada, Putin, that had so much on Trump, and he's just a what happened to that bullshit? Those bullshit. He was on the plane. I'm happy. I just everybody should have a right to talk. Everybody should have a right to express themselves. I'm not a censor. I'm not that dude. You're welcome to talk, but I can't hear you. I can't hear you when I'm talking. I can't. All right, respect. Respect. I can't hear you when I'm talking. So here's what's up. We keep on having these bullshit narratives. And I want you guys to just tell the truth. Just be honest. I want you to go in front of the mirror and say it out loud. Free yourself. I hate Donald Trump more than I love America. Say it. The truth will set you free. The truth will set you free. Acknowledge it. The first step to recovery is acknowledging you have a problem. That's how you fix it.
Sounds like you're talking about.
That's how you get. All right, I'm sorry, y'all. You guys.
I think you made one good point, and the other. I think you have the problem in this nation. So I will never say what you are trying to get me to say because you're not the Pied Piper. Okay, so I'm gonna denounce it, but brother.
But you're kind of getting them wrong. You're talking about the people who are acting like they are criticizing the way that we're conducting this war legitimately, or acting like that they don't just hate Trump. They just need to go out and say it. Because this is the thing, as they've been criticizing every step of the way that we've been conducting this and trying to tell people that we've been losing this war, we have been winning. So just the people who are really just hate Trump now.
Wait, can I speak up a little bit more as well? Miss Lady, can I tell you something as well? Right? You're delusional. The rest of the world here has been dealing with America. America, fuck have you been, Mrs.? Where the fuck were you? Where we need you? Where the hell
that's what I'm gonna say. Yeah, someone's getting hacked. No, we're not saying to the lady down there listening to you now. We're not saying to the rest of the world. This is an American conversation, so you get the fuck down there. And I'm just pointing out that we are talking about America and our president. So can I talk about my $500?
This told you it's an American conversation. You're talking about here with every ass thing. Talking about me, you talk about 500 CDs.
Anthony, I'm not trying to argue.
I'm not looking for an argument. I don't even know, right? Right now, historically, we can look at your boy, Barack Hussein Obama. He lost more freaking congressional seats than arguably any president in the history. The midterms normally, the pendulum swings opposite the person sitting in office. His party tends to lose seats. So, I don't know how you qualify us to have a bet. We need to settle on terms. I know you got a hard on. I know you really want to get something going. Yo, look, I'm never running. I'm here.
You got the hard on. How you
It's a figure of speech. It's a figure of speech. I don't mean it literally. I don't mean it literally, bro.
I have not had tingle. No tingle. You don't feel like you Cinderella today? No Cinderella in Look.
I think Peter is a penis eater.
Oh, brilliant chair.
Don't worry, I'll what's the shit that terms that we can both agree to. I'm happy to against some terms that we could agree to. If we can agree to terms, I'll have to make them back. I'm going for $500, man. I think I got no problem.
To eat. You want to eat, you claiming something. You want to eat like you some form of you are a representative. You want that thingy thing. I just want to know what the mistake is.
The drunk person drank too much wine.
It's okay. Go on, Ben.
Yeah, hey man, we're gonna pass the mic around a little bit. NY, BT, Mo, I noticed you guys came up on stage, man. It's so good to see you guys. You know what I'm saying? Nothing but love. Hope you guys are, just winning life. I hope I continues to bless you guys. Do you guys have anything you'd like to add, please?
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you. What you say, Anthony. I just want to say that for me, you can see John lost this war. I mean, so far he lost it very bad. All the objective that he had before the war.
Wait, he's disagreeing.
Amen.
Let me finish.
Lady, this is not personal, okay?
So he had these objectives, and he had these things. But right now, Iran is stronger than, and they actually released a statement saying that even though the Strait of Hormuz is open, they still have control who's going to go there, they're still going to get paid, and they don't allow any military to go there. And also that now they know they can use that as a leverage. Before that, that was not even, like you started a war for regime change, now you're negotiating to have it reopen, to get back where you started after you spent billions of dollars, and also you lost some of your men, and you killed innocent people. It's completely lost. And you didn't need to do all of that.
Bro, honestly, listen, Mo.
Yeah.
later on, man. Like, how is Iran stronger? They're not stronger. They are weaker. And all of our objectives are honestly doing pretty well, man. I mean, we've decapitated the Navy, the Air Force, their ballistic missile program. I mean, the next thing is their nuclear enriched uranium. So, like, I'm just curious, like, now we can, but also that. Hold on, stop. Wait. Also, this is the biggest thing, though. This really is about China, bro. You don't understand that, Mo. Like, what we're making sure is that hold on, Mo. Shut up for a second.
Let me finish, man. I was talking about your question. The thing is, though, yeah. I want to answer his question if you want to. The problem is, though, if you look at the facts, why do you need to negotiate to reopen the strait? Why don't you then go open it yourself? You think if America actually got the Navy down, listen, no, you guys, America could not open it.
It's open because of our military. It's open because we can be forced the Iranians to come to the table. Genius.
You guys are in denial, man.
What are you talking about?
For 1 second.
We're in a better position.
Mo, I have a very simple question for you, Mo. All right. We United States got a victory. What does a victory look like?
A victory look like the objective was a regime change. Okay? They will have taken out the regime change and put someone in power there, control like the way they did in Iraq. They will have replaced with American things, and they will not have Iran closing the strait. Like, they will control the whole thing.
Just got back 1 second now. I want to respond to what you just said, Mo. I just want to. All right, so Mo, I just want to be clear about something, right? Mo, like, I live in the United States, okay? And the current administration is the Trump administration. Now, if some foreign power attacked and they assassinated Donald Trump and J.D. Vance became the president, would that be regime change? Yes or no, and explain.
No, it won't be a regime change because J.D. Vance is still part of the American government, the current one that Trump, before he got assassinated. There is no change. All you did is just replaced. It's a system. It's not you,
Mo. Thank you for saying that, Mo. So Mo, what you're saying, right? I just want to handle every situation the same exact way that Donald Trump would handle it, because it's just a system. They're not two distinct individuals going to do the same exact thing. Is that what you're saying, Mo? I want to put words.
No. If the Democrats are president, if the Democrats in power, they have a different way of organizing it. Every time the Democrats win election or the Republicans win, I'm not gonna be like it's a regime change. It's still the United States. It's not dictated by a foreign country. When you say forever, it's like we take charge of your country. Like you know how the United States have done in many other countries, right? When America comes, they say they want to relieve like they did in Libya. They will take you out, and whoever wants to.
All right. I'm sorry, Shiva. 1 second, Shiva. I'm sorry. Just 1 second. So Mo, here's what's up, brother. I understand what you're saying, right? And I don't know where you're at. I don't know, like, what your religious background is. I don't know anything about you.
I'm not telling you a citizen. I mean,
okay, cool. Yeah, Mo, you're a citizen of the greatest nation in the history. Congratulations. You know, that in and itself is an accomplishment. All right? So God bless you for that. Now, here's what's up, Mo. I want you to understand something.
Is that an accomplishment?
The Iranian regime.
Born in the United States.
current regime, however you want to classify it, Mo, it's over. It's finished. All right? They might last 2 months. They might last 6 months. But they have been mortally wounded. They're in ICU. They called the cleric, and the cleric is giving them last rites. This is check and me. It's over. They are dead man walking, dead man talking. It is over for them. This regime is finished. So if that's your requirement, give it a few months, and you'll see what happens.
They're still in power.
Yeah, I just want to say something really quick. I just listen. I understand, right? For some people, they're literalists, and I'm gonna preface all my comments by saying this: I am one man with one opinion. I could be 100% wrong. God didn't whisper in my ear. I'm not the Pope. Yeah, God didn't whisper in my ear and tell me what's going to happen. I'm just one man with one opinion, and I could be completely wrong. You're entitled to your opinion.
Give me this opportunity to give my opinion.
All right.
I think that though. Here's the thing. Regarding what you just said, the problem is America, the Iranian government, they really knew that was not the objective. The objective was to inflict a lot of economical pain to America so they can get into a position where they can have leverage. And they say what they were going to do. If you attack your ally and close it. And they did it, and if you remember, we have to go back at the objective of the war. They said Iran could not have the nuclear weapon, which is what was saying, because they did say that before, back in June, that they completely destroyed. And they also said they want the regime change. They want to take them out. This is why they went for the head. And they went to take out the head, and they thought that the people who were doing like a case of like Libya. It did not. The Iranian, you have to understand, this is not a nation that was created artificially. This is thousands of years of nation. It's not going to just fall because you came and you took out the head. Do you understand? This is not, that was just created by colonists.
Because this regime is 47 years old. 47.
Yes, but the Persians are not your dumbass. The Persians are not your dumbass.
47.
Okay. The Persians are not your dumbass.
Hey, Mo, respectfully, one mic. I don't want to mute the stage. Just give me 1 second, guys. So, Shiva has next, guys. Shiva has next.
Fuck you too, my brother. Fuck you too.
Actually, it's not the regime change in Iran yet. I agree that in one side, now the regime is in the weakest point. But if the negotiation is done between Islamic regime and USA, again, Islamic regime.
No, these are racist monkeys.
Yes, definitely. But the regime must be put, and you have there should be a way paved for them to rise up again. Because right now we have like a lot of Shia militia from Iraq, the Hezbollah, PMF from Iraq, and Hezbollah from Lebanon, and the Houthis from Yemen inside Iran to counter every Iranian and kill them again. just like on the 8th and 9th of January. So they're more dangerous even now than before, because now Polybov is in control, and he's the head of the military in this regime right now. Is more dangerous than before. So I agree with that they've done a lot, but now in the most dangerous time.
That's why let me get in here real quick. Ben,
Let's just
trying to get in for that.
let's just be clear here.
Ben, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, what am I gonna Ben?
You're just gonna overtalk this whole dude thing. Man, this is crazy. This dude just.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah. So just be clear here. The United States, President Trump and his cabinet have never said that regime change was a goal. So we've been having this conversation the past half hour, at least since I've been in the room, where we keep talking about the goal or the objective of the Trump administration is regime change. WhiteHouse.gov has pulled up Donald Trump's initial statements on the war and corroborate statements after the fact from Pete Hegseth, as well as Marco Rubio, as well as J.D. Vance. Regime change has never been the goal here. So we're looking at regime change. Does regime change? Peter, I don't know why you keep coming off the mic, dude. I'm not done talking. When I'm done talking, you'll know when I'm done talking because I'll stop talking. So anyways, the regime change has never been the goal of this administration, and it has stated it from the beginning. There has always been 4 objectives, and the United States has, in many ways, shapes and forms, upheld those 4 objectives. So, number 1 is obliterate Iran's ballistic missile arsenal and production capability, annihilate its navy. That's number 2. Sever its support for terrorist proxies, and ensure that the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism never acquires a nuclear weapon. Let's be clear here. Donald Trump, not only has he been clear the past couple of months about this, you can trace his comments all the way back to 1989. This guy has been talking about this stuff much, much longer than he's been in political life. Certainly dating back to when he was in private life. He said, Raj, never have a nuclear weapon. So this idea that somehow go, well, if the war is not a success, look, my heart goes out to the Iranian people. Obviously, any good-hearted American person wants a regime change in Iran. These terrorists that fucking mow down a minimum of 30 to 50,000 of their own civilians, obviously a regime change, a top-down regime change would be ideal.
I don't care.
That may not be the United States' military objectives in this conflict are not that.
That's a lie. You've been rooting against us because of your hate for Israel. So
Yeah, that's not true.
you're just saying I don't care.
All right, go ahead.
The whole point was to get rid of the IRGC. Trump's whole MO for this war were a few of the things that you mentioned, but he also said the Iranian people will be free soon. Are they free?
Again, I'm looking at his statement from March 2nd. Our objectives, and I'm quoting, our objectives are clear.
Are the Iranian people free?
No, they're not currently free.
Okay. Are we negotiating? Do we have to pull up to the table to negotiate with the same IRGC?
I don't know who we're negotiating. I don't know that we're negotiating with the IRGC or the other factions in play.
We're negotiating with the Pakistan is the the mediator.
Sure, I didn't know that was. I know that there's a differentiation. I'm not an expert on Iranian, what their system of government or how all that runs is. I know that there's the difference between the Iranian, their own military, and the IRGC. There's a bunch of different factions that play.
All right, Ben, I get your point of view. I just want to state something which is factual, because I do have the links. Donald Trump came out and stood on stage in front of every news channel out there. And he said, I quote, to the brave Iranian people, come out to the streets, we will have your back, and take over your institutions, which they did. They took over police stations, but then they came in with more militias, and They mowed them down. And they said
That wouldn't be the militia. That would be a government.
they would be freed. He said that they would be freed and that they should keep steady and stay at home now because there will be a lot of bombs dropping at the moment and it's not safe out there. And wait for the final call. That is what Trump has said. So the objective is not
changed. Yo, like, listen, I don't like Zelensky. I don't even think Zelensky's a good leader. But you know what I do? I do respect Zelensky. And you know who I respect way more than Zelensky? I respect the Ukrainian motherfucking people. Those are some stand-up people. That whole idea of fight like a Ukrainian means something now. They're putting blood and treasure on the line. I don't want to hear nothing from nobody that's not putting blood and treasure on the line.
They don't have guns.
Yeah, I don't want to hear from people with expectations of our military.
Iranians people don't have guns.
Thank you, though. Honestly, that's not how you met them.
okay. Do you think?
This is how you met them. You don't have to.
Do you think?
Can I add something here? There was a relation before.
Yeah, she said that true.
America.
You're the one there, Sheila.
Back.
We got mute her, Mom. Hey, calm down, buddy. We gotta. All right, we gotta mute her. But real quick, because before we lose Ben's point, Ben said the American people, and I'm gonna make this point very clear. I don't believe Americans actually truly care about civilians dying in Iran. We don't care about the Nigerians. We don't care about the Congo. We don't care about China. The civilians are dying by the thousands in so many other countries. We don't care. That's not the reason we're there. Exactly from what Anthony said. We're there for the uranium enrichment. We don't want them to have a nuclear program. And we don't. Israel doesn't, and that's the reason why we were in there. Now, we believe the objective is finished. Now, Israel, without
the proxies as well, right? So, I mean, again, we can go back to Donald Trump's.
Can I add one thing?
We can go back. All I'm doing is quoting Donald Trump exactly, his military objectives exactly as he stated them. Like, this is not, I'm not like, oh my gosh, here's my take on this.
I know, but remember this though, man. We have to remember, and I'm a Trump supporter, man, so don't get this wrong here. But while we're playing checkers, he's playing chess. Remember, he told everybody that the intervention in Venezuela was because of the drug boats, and ended up being, Maduro and China. So hold on. No, well, yes, not just that though, but rare earth minerals, oil, and our intelligence agencies assessed that they were Maduro. He had already bought weapons from Russia and China, and they were going to set up bases in the southern part of the country. It makes sense because the Chinese trying to take over the Panama Canal. So, let me finish. Ma'am, please. So, hold on, man. Peter, please stop here. So, Shiva. So the point is here that we need to remember this is not just about Iran. Of course, it is about, a lot of it is the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile, and the proxies, but also China, man, and our petrodollar. We want to make sure that people are buying their oil through the petrodollar. And now we're guaranteeing that China can still buy their oil from Iran and Venezuela, but it's going to be through the petrodollar, and it's going to be overseen by us. And if we have to cut that off in a military situation, like if they want to take Taiwan, we can cut that off. We can blockade the Strait of Hormuz.
I want to go in there next to Iran. You need to put your No, sir. You've been lying to us. We've been allowing you to lie to us. You've been lying to the rest of Europe. Because we have to rely on you. We have to rely on you. We have to rely on you.
I am. Please tell us who we're wrong. Don't just say this for lying, please.
Hours we've been listening to this dickhead, like, Come on, man.
Oh,
Fuck.
don't worry about it. Okay, Almond, however you say your name, what are you really lying
Just
about?
say it, yeah. If we're gonna talk the truth, are we allowed to react as the rest of the world? Are we gonna react based on their fucking theory? Like, I just want to know, what am I doing? Why am I?
Do you mind responding to what I'm wrong about?
Shut up, sir. Whatever the fuck you is. Yeah, am I being bought by the salesman? Cause I'm not bought. I'm not a salesman.
This girl's the
I don't know what the
crackhead,
fuck
dude.
he is. What the
Seriously,
fuck you doing? What are you?
would you please respond to what I said?
You the man. I'm
God damn, this room is retarded, dude. I swear to God. Fuck, stupid, man. I'm gonna leave, man. Like, if we just get a bunch of reading in the room, bro.
Just hang out for a second. Don't leave. I really, I'm starting to think you're a troll. He's a fucking. I need you to succinctly answer. No, I'm starting to persuade you. All jokes aside, I need you to stop and succinctly answer the question. You made a provocative statement. You called Mountain a liar. Explain succinctly why he's lying, or something else is going to happen. Explain it.
What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean something else is gonna happen? Are you threatening?
What happens if you don't explain it?
No, you guys know. Wait a minute. Are you doing
The issue between you and Sandiro.
So on to the next, man. All right, let's get back to regular
That was a
business.
troll. That was definitely a troll.
Sheila, are you on the phone or not? I can't tell if she's on the phone.
Yes.
Go ahead.
To respond to the person that was talking about we do not care about regime change in Iran and we only wanted to make sure the Islamic regime doesn't have a nuclear energy. To respond to this point, I want to add, whenever you don't have any regime change in Iran, then it means that still we are dealing with the same regime. The same regime has more than maybe 47 years chanting and saying yes to America. And then they continue to, for sure, this regime is not a trusted one. They will continue to nuclear energy. And then if the regime change doesn't happen, then it means that we will have, the Islamic regime will have the nuclear energy and it's not be stopped. And I wanted to that at this point, then all people we care about regime change in Iran. It's not only for Iranian people, it's for all people.
If you don't like how we separate, you can change.
Shiva, I respect what you're doing, all right? If I were sitting where you were sitting, I would do the same exact thing. But Shiva, it's not our job to do your job. I understand you're spreading propaganda, and, in the hood, we call it when you try to put a battery in somebody's back. You're trying to put a battery in our back. To do it,
What do you mean?
Shiva, I didn't interrupt you. I promise you I wanted to interrupt you, but I didn't interrupt you. I listened. So what I'm saying to you is that you're trying to put a battery in our back. You're trying to make us responsible for some shit. You're trying to, in another term, you're trying to gas us up. All right? You're trying to make us up.
It makes sense. This is your country, your people, and you don't like why. I understand it. But the thing is that if Islamic regime is the enemy of the America, the USA, the people of America, then it's not a trusted regime that United States wants to negotiate with them. Okay? This is the first. Second thing, suppose that this regime, I don't want to say that, okay, this is the pressure on you. I want you to understand what's going on in the future. In the future, this regime now has enough power to suppress
its people, to kill its people. But later, after the negotiation, after getting more power, it will go through around Iran, not only one country, the enemy. It would be the big enemy and the dangerous enemy for the USA. You told me that it's not, you don't care about the Iran and it's our responsibility for regime change and everything. Okay, I agree. But the thing is that we did it. We did it for all because the Islamic regime is not ours. It's not
Yes,
us.
it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it's fault or is it Iranian?
It is.
Just let her in. Just let her in. Well, I might not respond. One mic on Shiva, please.
I want to correct him.
Shiva, I'm going to respond to her one last time and then we got a cue.
I want to correct him. The person who. Yes. Okay. I want to correct the person who told me that it is our responsibility. It is our fault that we are living. It is not from Iran. They are coming from other countries.
Just lying, dude.
Supported from other countries. So, no. Okay.
One mic on Shiva, please.
You can see Russian now supporting Islamic regime. If there is no support from other countries, our people in Iran can do the regime change. But unfortunately, due to all supporting that they got from other countries, now the people couldn't do that. Why the people were killed in less than 2 days, more than 42,000 people.
It's not 42,000.
Peter, stop.
My point is that it happened. Okay, the Islamic regime got power because of the other countries. This is not our fault. We do not like this regime. And from the beginning, we wanted regime change. We tried several ways. We tried ourselves. And you can see you can only look at the old document.
Hey, Shiva, PTP had more or less since years or since 1,000 years ago.
And the Carter administration put them there. So it's time
So Shiva, I'm going to respond to Shiva, and then you guys sort it out. I believe Jack had next, and then
Hold on.
But here's what I'm going to say to Shiva really quick. Yo, Peter, please stop. Shiva, here's what I got to say to what you said, all right? Shiva, prior to the escalation of conflict, prior to the 12-day war, prior to all of this stuff, that same Iranian regime that had been in power for however many years, we were murdering Iranian nuclear scientists. We sent the Stuxnet virus over to Iran. We went on Iranian soil and we murdered their top generals. Took them out. We did. You know what Iran did? Absolutely nothing. The United States is not scared of Iran or this regime. Israel.
Relation of Iran outside of Iran is in the United States. That's a pretty huge gift to million people from Iran live in the United States. Total population outside of Iran, 4 million people. The regime that they had and currently have has been countries around them, and one of our biggest allies, which is Israel. Whether you guys don't know that, being an ally means that you have an agreement with another country. So I just want everybody to realize this from an American viewpoint. Our president is supposed to protect the American people. To me, that's what he's doing. Number two, I think that we should want to protect. That's why Israel have an Iron Dome. And I land on that.
Thank you, Edward. Good submission. Ben, you're up. Ben Parks.
Yeah, again, I've said it from the beginning of this room, or in this room, I'll continue to say it, that the United States had 4 objectives going into this conflict, and it's not to say that the United States didn't have other things that it wanted to achieve as well, but there were 4 main objectives laid out here. As Mr. Edwards so eloquently said a lot of what I was going to say anyways, the United States has overlapping objectives with her allies, and that's fine. Sometimes the United States and Israel agree on things, sometimes they don't. But the United States laid out 4 military objectives, and again, that does not mean that other things, that the United States have other things that it would like to see happen. Obviously, the United States would love to see a brand new regime led by a government that's friendly to the Americans. Obviously, who wouldn't want that? But that was not one of the very objectives laid out by the Trump administration. Why I keep laying this out, I think this is important. Why I keep laying out the military objectives of Donald Trump as stated on March. This is what the American people are signing on to. This is what they support Donald Trump sign on to, in the sense of this is what Donald Trump is saying. Look, I'm not going above and beyond this. Once these are accomplished, this is when we get to say that this war is done. And obviously, nobody outside of a few quote unquote neocons wants a massive overhaul and 100,000 troops on the ground and a giant military encouraged few minority of people. Certainly not this administration, and certainly not the vast majority of voters for this administration want a giant, huge Afghanistan, Iraq style troops on the ground thing. That's why I keep going back to these objectives. Destroying their capabilities, their missile making capabilities, that's number 1. Annihilating their Navy, number 2. Ensuring that they can't be the world sponsor of terror is number 3, and making sure that they can never achieve a nuclear weapon. So to all of the Iranians that join these rooms and speak passionately, my heart goes out to you. It genuinely does. It really, really, really does. But those are the 4 objectives of this administration. Anything else is a bonus. Yes, of course the United States has an interest in that. And Shiva made another point earlier about them getting a civilian nuclear program. The United States is offering Iran a civilian nuclear program for many, many years at this point, and basically said, you guys don't need to enrich any uranium. We'll give you the uranium so that you guys can have your own civilian nuclear program. But that's not what they want. They don't want civilian. Countries that want civilian nuclear programs don't bury their nuclear material hundreds and hundreds of feet underground. Countries that want civilian nuclear programs don't continue to escalate their enrichment of uranium far past civilian levels. And this is what this regime has continued to do over and over and over again. Iran has shouted death to America since the inception of this current regime in the 1970s. Like, anybody who thinks that if they had a nuclear bomb, that they wouldn't either use it or threaten to use it is out of their minds. Of course they would. So, again, the United States has had 4 very, very basic, so we hear on these rooms all the time, oh, well, if the regime doesn't fall, is this really a mission accomplished? Again, the Trump administration, not only Donald Trump, but also J.D. Vance on March 2nd, Marco Rubio on March 2nd, United States Command Commander Admiral Brad Cooper said this on March 3rd, Marco Rubio on March 3rd, Pete Hegseth, March 4th, Dan Kane, March 4th. could keep going down the list of this keeps getting restated and restated and restated. Poor objector.
Thank you, Ben.
No, that's literally. I thought it was funny that it was said.
Yeah, okay. Avello, you got it. You the one interrupt there a little.
Restating the objectives. Like God, okay, we get it. To the Iranian people, you've been had once again, just like the Venezuelan people. You know, they made you guys get out there on CNN and turn your back on your country. Well, not your country, but the IRGC. You guys, just like those Cubans who were saying, vote for Trump, I love Donald Trump. And then they booted their ass out the country once he got in office. You've been had. Oh, they tugged at our heartstrings. The Iranian people, they're being murdered by the thousands. We must get over there for a regime change. We have to do this war. Now they're scaling back. Now it was never their objective. Let me tell you something. Donald Trump don't run shit. America don't run shit. Israel running this motherfucking shit. And it's all about prophecy. They're not like you lukewarm Christians. They believe that shit in the Talmud verbatim. Everything is holy. Everything is about God. They're not lukewarm like you. Going to church on Sunday, then going to Luby's and sinning all week. They really believe this shit. This is a holy war. And with the Balfour Declaration in Great Britain, they knew they had to put their Caucasian ancestors, the Ashkenazis, on the throne. That's why Balfour sent a letter to Lord Rothschild. And they've done it. Now you have the most egotistical man in the history of the United States. What does he want? He wants to be a friend of the Jews. Why? That sets you up for life. He doesn't want to just be in the U.S. history books. He wants to be a part of religious prophecy. Okay? So they tugged at your heartstrings. They said, yeah, we coming to free you. No, they're not. They come to get that land. They come to get that oil.
All right. That was the end of the queue, so the floor is open.
Yes. To respond to this person that just now is talking, we don't need the people to cry for Iranian people. This is the first thing. And we don't know in the future what happens for the other things. This is humanity. Then please don't separate yourself, Iranian people. You can only understand. First of all. The second thing is that we are in this situation not because of the people. This is because of the other countries. And first of all, because of the Democrats in the United States, because of the supporting that they gotten from Biden and other Obama, and all are responsible for this situation for Iranian people in this country. Then if you said that you are not responsible for the Iranian people, then the other country shouldn't be responsible for the Islamic regime to support them. Whenever they start supporting for this Iran, and now it's the responsibility of all people around the world to finish and end this terrorism. And this is not there are some terrorists that are living in one part of the world, and this is the other country's responsibility to end them. And as an example for you guys that's only talking about your country, that's respectful. For 47 years, none of those countries accept to introduce the IRGC as terrorists. And after Trump's attempting and trying and showing that is forced to say that the IRGC is terrorist. And then I want to add this,
other countries support. Until now, they are supporting Islamic regime. They are negotiating with the Islamic regime because the Islamic regime don't care about the people. And the other country have a lot of benefits to regime. I get chance in the one part of the history, finally, the benefit of one country is to removing the Islamic regime. And this is Donald Trump start this work, and we appreciate it, and we want to end it. And this is, guys, if there is a revolution for these 7 years ago in Iran, again, it was not due to Iranian people. It's thing of Carter, first of all, and the other country. Islands, please, only read the history. It's very easy. There are a lot of documents. You can only read. And now the Islamic regime is supported by Russia and by China. And that's all said. Please don't separate yourselves. You are people. And then you cannot say, it's very easy to say that, okay, this is what is it. Later, if the Islamic regime got enough power, we cannot say this is what is it. This is not only our responsibility to be against all countries or other countries.
She said she supported Trump's war. I don't think you understand.
Yes.
Like you, when I said I was PDS, I was thinking, so, well, when I'm done, you can go. There's no queue. It was popcorn. But I just wanted to say, like in Carter, when everyone except Iranians who led the most popular revolution we've seen in modern times in 1979. I mean, I don't know who's telling you history about what happened. I get you guys don't like the revolution now, but at the time in '79, it was very popular. And today you're saying, yeah, they're friends with Iran, they're Russia, they're friends with China. Okay, and go fix your country. Go overthrow the shit out of them. Now you guys can go and finish the job. That's what you want.
Peter, I want to choke you to death, dude. Shut up.
But instead of actually capitalizing on the weakened regime that Trump bombed the fuck out of, you guys are blaming Trump, and now you're blaming America and saying,
No, I never blame Trump because he is now favorite person in our and Iranian people also support him. I never.
You to the stony path, to the stony.
Yes. But we don't want the negotiation with Iran. Islamic regime don't want the negotiation.
Are you finding that? I don't understand the logic. Set our nationality to move.
No, neither. You guys take charge. I mean, answer.
Should I answer my nationality to these assholes who make fun of
Peter, how about answer my question?
I take my patriotism out of Caspian. That's nationalism.
I just don't understand. 94 million people. You guys hate this government so big, huh? They're weak.
If other country didn't support the Islamic regime, for 47 years, okay, when I see the gods you couldn't.
You're crazy.
Okay, hold on.
Take your country back.
Okay, hold on. When we're all talking, I'm missing a lot of things here. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. Shiva. Of the conflict that the U.S. and Israel had.
They started this war because of finishing, but
That's what
My point is that, okay, this is my regime. I know. I was living in Iran 30 years. Then I know Islamic regime better than anyone else that's in this room. Because
okay, Shiva, hold on, Shiva.
Don't
I
interrupt.
understand. Excuse me, please.
You're interrupting yourself.
No, I'm not interrupting. Excuse me. Could you do me a favor, please? Just mute. Please. Okay, so Shiva,
Edward, I moved him down.
all right, thanks, Anthony. Here we go. So Shiva, I understand that you know all of my better than all of us. I'm saying, one second. We have an objective. Number one, to make sure that Iran never get a nuclear weapon. The second thing that we wanted to do was destroy their navy, which we did. Also, to hit, we did not do that.
No, not yet. It's not completed yet. Okay.
Hold on, Shiva. How many ships was in the Iranian Navy, and how many of them right now in the bottom of the ocean? Very direct question.
Okay, I'm not about the amount. Okay, I agree that now in the south of Iran, now the USA, fortunately, USA could surrender Iran and could open the whole.
No. Shiva, hold on. I'm sorry. Shiva, hold on. Shiva, I want to have a back and forth, but I want to make sure we're answering the same thing. Okay, I'm going to say again. Do you know, before the conflict started, on 1 second, before the conflict started, how many ships were in the Iranian Navy?
No.
Okay, so this is what I want you to do. Because you said you know the regime better than all of us. You know it. I need to be aware that you're speaking from a place of understanding, not just a place of emotion. I got it. Because you listen, if it was America, I'd be just like you, but I'm going to come with some information. Also, you need to know which site did the United States hit in Iran? Which site? Okay? What military post? All this stuff is documented. Okay, how many planes is no longer in their Air Force? These were things. What was the three countries? Hold on. What was the three countries, which is our objective, that Iran would no longer support in reference to their proxy? These are terrorist proxies. Do you know the three countries?
Okay, I know that. Now, okay, I know that. Now, it's fine. Can I? No. Is in the weakest point. Okay, I know it. Could you please now take a look at the reference during the ceasefire now in Iran, and what's going on in Iran just now? Take a look at it and take a look at the documents. The Islamic for 47 years, the Islamic regime shows that it's not trusted one. Whenever, okay, you can say that, okay, we try to stop the nuclear energy, but it's not happening at all. And I promise that, I swear to God, never it happened. You can say in the world, but in the reality, it's not happening at all. It happened only whenever the Islamic regime is ended. You can believe me or not, but I know the Islamic regime better than you. Okay, you are trying to say that, convince me that now you hit a lot of equipment in Iran. I agree. I don't deny it. But the thing is that the truth is that now, in the reality, the Islamic regime will get in power to continue nuclear energy. That's all said. This is my point. They are liar and they are killer. And if you consider these 2 points, later, whenever they got enough power again, they will continue this again. And they will be the big danger for the United States States as well. And also you said that it's done. The objective of the United States is done. I said that no, it's not done. It's done whenever the Islamic regime is ended. That's all I said.
Okay, hold on.
Hey, dude, excuse me. No, you have the answer. I'm sure you're the only one who
No,
has
I don't have any answer. Stop it.
No. You have the answer. Believe me, you do have the answer. I want to ask you this: Why United States? This my question answer will go to Iranian new generation. They will understand why America doesn't wanna regime change in Iran in his way. So why U.S. drop nuclear bomb in Japan?
Why don't you allow someone else to speak? You've been on the mic a lot.
My bad.
Okay, no problem. So, first of all, we're not talking about Japan right now. I'm trying to stay focused on one that we're dealing with, and we're not getting that clear. Okay, so I did not know, and I just want to make sure that the objective of the United States government going into this conflict was to make sure that there would be a regime change on the ground in Iran. Can anybody give me that document? That was the objective of the United States military to go into Iran and to make sure that the Iranian people, after the regime was removed, the United States would set up some regime. Because everything she was said is that inside of Iran, after everything's been done, the objective has not been completed. And I'm saying that was never the United States objective, not the military objective. Okay? We have clearly written down that our 4 objectives have been accomplished based on what they set out to do. So I don't know why.
Edward, you're very erudite, but you're not succinct. You made your point. You keep going on. I'm sorry.
One second. Edward, I'm sorry. I just want. It's kind of to you, Edward. I just want to respond to something you said. Listen, you guys. I really want to be clear. Right? The United States had multiple objectives, right? But if we're being honest, we had one real objective, and that was to prevent a nuclear-powered Iran. That was it. I want to be super duper clear. Everything else we could have been, is cool. But our primary objective
was to. China was a huge one too, I think. But yeah.
So now, here's what's up, right? I know it's sexy. I know it's like the global conspiracy, and we're really moving pieces to get to China, Venezuela, and Iran. This is all about China. This is geopolitics. This is the world is a chessboard. All of that stuff is super sexy now. And can multiple things be true at the same time? Absolutely. But you see, so I don't think you guys fully appreciate that Barack Hussein Obama was in office, and if he had sent one Harrier over to the Middle East and sat it outside of Iran, we would have gotten a far better deal. We wouldn't be there right now. We wouldn't be risking blood and treasure. All of this other stuff wouldn't even be a thing if Barack had done that. Here we are, though. There's no time machine. We can't get in, back to go and fix the problem. Donald Trump is playing the cards that he was dealt to the absolute best of any human being's ability. Any human being's ability. If someone told you that we have the potential of resolving this conflict with as little blood and treasure as we've spent in Iran, we would have lined up and thanked our lucky stars for this
fucking groiper assholes.
I guess what I'm saying, Wenzel is spot on in everything he said. But Wenzel, I'm cool with what we've accomplished. I'm cool with it. But are you right in everything you said? Absolutely.
I would say it is. I think the same thing we saw happen to Cuba, where you took out their life supply and just let them choke out. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw the same thing with these guys. You just reroute their number one revenue resource away from them. And now the bargaining chip that they thought they had, they no longer have. So I'm pretty sure
Chicago was coming. There's no question the Iranians knew that they were going to be squeezed to the table to negotiate or figure something else out. Whatever they had going on was not going to work in the long term. There's no way.
They thought China was going to rescue them, Matt.
Well, possibly too. A bunch of other players probably. None of those folks, by the way, came to their aid.
When this thing started, I heard a bunch of people, even on the right, they were saying China's going to submarine track in our carrier fleet. China's going to attack. We're going to have World War III if America fuck those assholes.
You know what we found out is that both sides found out who they're back. You know that?
Yeah.
The American, UK didn't show up. None of these other
Exactly.
Trump, they calling them out. Now we know their true colors, and we're going to circle back around and take care of that too. By the way.
Oh yeah.
Well, why would they show up though? Why would they show up?
Why wouldn't they?
They're oil too. It's their shipping lane too. Like
You go and pick a fight without consulting them.
What are you talking about?
Where did you consult them though?
nigga, I said, come on, you better bring your ass.
Would you expect them? But why would you expect them to come bail you out? Why?
All right, well, I tell you what, I'm finna take my money and I'm going home. Y'all figure it out on y'all home. Because clearly y'all can't do it or nothing.
What kind of people turn their back on fellow friends or allies like that?
because they're not about to go to war for Israel.
Well, that's a different story.
Shout out to Israel. At least Israel willing to fight.
At least show up for a
They
little
have
bit.
to fight.
You at least show up for a little bit of the game.
Well,
They didn't even show up on the field.
I think they showed up a little bit by letting Americans
They
show
didn't even show up on the field.
Wait, sorry, I can't even hear you, Matt. Go ahead.
I said they didn't even show up on the field. Who does that?
Like the guy said.
And we don't need them, but I just want you to do it.
You didn't even
Listen, guys, man, just real quick, Othello. Ben, I want to be clear about something. I go into a bar with Totem Pole, all right? Totem Pole gets a little inebriated, and he's squeezes some guy's wife's behind.
That's a good one.
He's dead wrong. I'm going to fight with Totem Pole.
Yes, sir.
Every motherfucker in that bar.
100%.
Every motherfucker in that bar.
Yes, sir.
When we get off the bar, I'm going to talk to Totem Pole. I'm going to say, don't ever do no shit like that again.
That's
But
not
Totem
what's
Pole ain't getting jumped on my watch. Totem Pole ain't fighting by himself on my watch.
And Anthony, I'm right behind you, Anthony. Somebody get hit with a bottle.
How are you expecting Europe to pull up when motherfucking Spain sells weapons to Iran? Like y'all don't even know the geopolitics within Europe itself. There's an infight going on right now between Israel, the U.S., Spain, Italy. They're not even on the same page, and they're saying that you guys jumped the gun. This is crazy. You know what I mean? We need to come together and see what's the best option. Now, Great Britain, who started this whole shit with the Balfour Declaration and putting the Ashkenazis on the throne, all right? They said, okay, we're going to send the missile catchers, right, to Israel. We're going to send that and help. So Britain showed up a little bit, but you still have infighting within the European nations on who to fuck with. And Spain does not fuck with Israel at all. Italy needs.
And you know what? Spain is also funding the USA demise. So Othello, if we in the club, same example that Anthony gave. If I see a nigga finna sneak you, what you think I'm finna do? Knock him out.
prime minister went on there and shook Z's hand, they said, look, we want peace. Everybody want peace in the end. Not Israel and not the U.S.
And not Spain. Not Spain.
That has to follow behind. The U.S. got to follow behind Israel. What did Joseph Kent say? Joseph Kent was in all the damn meetings.
Brother, you just admitted that Spain.
Hold on.
Okay, my bad.
I love this dialogue. Joseph Kent said that Trump couldn't even give them the names of who they were negotiating with because if it got back to Israel, Israel would bomb the people. Okay? So they got their own fucking agendas. How dare any American in here say what Israel's agendas are? You don't even know. Trump wants to do enough not to put boots on the ground, but at the same time wants to be able to say, I was a friend of Israel in the end. I did enough. I can't go all the way, but I did enough. Okay? This is Israel's fucking war. Period.
Well, Salo, here's what's up, bro. We don't disagree. But the reason, the stuff that you just pointed out, Salo, whoever's on the mic, can you please mute up? My bad, Lord. I'm sorry. Thank you, brother. Yeah, so here's what's up, man. Othello, there was points when we had diverging agendas. The United States was looking for a certain objective. Israel had a different objective. 100%. But I'll be honest with you. I would go to war with Israel 10 times out of 10 by NATO allies. They are useless. They are complete hapless, useless, and feckless. Fuck them. All right? And they have been exposed. And you know who like NATO was scared of? All of those European friggin' patsies? Russia. They're terrified. They're terrified. And the only thing that was keeping Russia off their ass has been the United States. And watch and see what happens if we withdraw our support. Watch and see. Yo, what happened? What happened when Trump came into office the first term? He said, yo, you guys aren't contributing your fair share to NATO. He called them on the carpet. He called them out. It was pitiful. The amount of their GDP, the percentage of their GDP that they were contributing towards their military. It was pitiful. Everybody looked at the United States like their big brother, and they would run home and go get their big brother. That shit is over with. That's over with. We're not fucking with them like that anymore. They have been exposed. Thank God.
Can I just say something? So I've been listening for a while, and I don't even know where to start. I think Edward Lin at some point said that regime change was another objective. Well, that's just not true, right? Like, there's literally several tweets by Trump trying to rape 6 different women. Would you still be fighting on the totem pole? And then totem pole said, hey, because he's a rapist and he's trying to rape 6 different women, people are kind of, attacking him or fighting him. Can you send your son and your daughter and your cousins to fight on behalf of them? Would you still fight with totem pole? Because that's more of an effort.
All jokes aside, right? Let's just call totem pole Mr. X. Let's not put that on his name. All right? Cool. We'll move forward from there. Now, I'm trying to understand who in your analogy Mr. X is. Are you saying Israel's Mr. X, the rapist? Who are you talking about?
Use totem pole was an analogy of
No, I'm not trying to use totem pole as an analogy for rape. I'm not trying to.
No. You asked me a question, you answered.
Just let you know, we don't want his name.
Exactly. No, I appreciate that. I'm using the analogy you use. I'm not saying I don't know totem pole. I'm not suggesting totem pole would do that. I'm just using the analogy that you used, whereby you said if totem pole is a kind of replacement for Israel, and you give it
for the purposes of this conversation. Let's move forward. It's not a big deal, Truth. I don't want to get bogged down with this. I'm asking you the question. I'm asking you in your analogy, who is Mr. X, the rapist? Who is he? That's what I think.
Okay, Mr. X. So you, in your initial analogy, my understanding was that you were saying you, the USA, and Mr. X is Israel, and even if Mr. X is in the wrong, you will stand by Mr. X and fight alongside Mr. X, right?
Just go with me now.
I am saying at some point, there is enough that Mr. X will do that at some point, you have to say, hang on, should Mr. X be doing this, even if Mr. X is quote unquote my friend? And at what point do I say, okay, this is too much. I need to distance myself from this.
To be honest with you,
I need to control Mr. X.
The truth, to be honest with you, 100% correct. Any behavior that's going to cross a line for me, 100% correct. But I would also have to call into question, right? Like, how was I hanging with Mr. X and he was a rapist in the first place? Like, how was I such a bad judge of Mr. X's character? You know, I would have to really call into question. But absolutely, you are correct. I'm not going to support people, you know, just like, but there's limits. There are limits. So you're right. You're 100% right. Now, why would you, right, draw a parallel between a rapist and Israel?
For one, there's literal videos of the IDF rape. We can start there if you want to speak in the literal sense. But aside from that, I think you know, at some point you got to say, well, if a country is you know, waging war on 6 different fronts, is occupying territory, is building illegal settlements, is keeping people kept in.
Hey, Truth, I can't hear you, brother. You're talking. We lost you, Truth. They got him.
Yeah, they got him.
So, you know,
So,
really quick, man. You know, hopefully he comes back. But in the meanwhile, I just want to address what he's been saying. You know, members of various countries' militaries have committed atrocities throughout the history of time. This is undeniable. I don't think that the actions of those dishonorable people reflects the ideas of the entire country. Not at all. I don't recall seeing anything where the IDF was raping people, but even if I took him at his word, I don't think that the state, Israel, supports that behavior. You guys can have your own feelings on that. I don't think so. All right? That's addressing that specific point. Now,
Anthony, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now, brother. Go ahead.
So obviously it's not the entirety of the country, that's just ridiculous, but you do have government officials, you know, saying some of the stuff. You did have government officials saying there should be no food and no water, and even, you know, the access to basic necessities should be controlled in places like Gaza, for instance, or that, you know, they're fighting Amalek and therefore they need to destroy the whole entire population. I mean, there's literally enough evidence.
Truth, we keep losing you, bro.
Let me just say one thing that in that rape case for the IDF, a judge dropped those charges. So we all saw the video, and an Israeli judge dropped those charges.
What does IDF stand for again?
I want to say one thing. What is it?
Task Force.
It's the Israeli army, basically. I don't know what the B stands for.
Israel Defense Force.
ID.
I thought it's B, like B.
Okay. All right. No, I want to say one thing in regards. I hope you guys can hear me okay. I've got my speakerphone on.
myself. I'm willing to bet, though, that Letitia James' judgment was overturned. All right, so this idea okay, cool. All right, cool. So that's one thing. This idea, right, that the president of the United States would come so cheap. That dog won't hunt. Here's the thing, right? You got people that are going to co-sign what Totem just said, right? They're gonna agree with him, and in the next breath, they're going to say that Israel and the United States had separate agendas. I want you to round that, to circle that square. I want you guys to make that shit make sense, because it's either we had divergent agendas, or Trump is a puppy, whatever, to Netanyahu. But it's one or the other. It's not going to be both. And clearly, I'm gonna pass it to you, Mount. Clearly. All right, Mount, you know what you got.
Since before the election, he's been shitting on Trump. Everything he can find.
To be fair, Mountain, to be fair, right? We're not like the other spaces where people can't just express themselves freely. We're not just going to yell people down.
I'm just saying that he's just lying, though. But I'm just saying this guy's dishonest.
So this is what we do, right? We contradict it with facts. If he's lying, we show where he's lying. It was simple for me to say, and I didn't even go look it up. I believe that judgment was overturned. It was simple for me to say that. It's not really a hard thing, Mountain. I don't want us to stifle communication. I want us to just not be able to hash it out. It's cool. We agree to disagree.
Anthony, we don't want to dissolve into the other spaces like Anthony's saying. We literally can't have any discussion anymore. Anthony's completely right. The best way to counter anybody's, in your opinion, stupidity is let them get it all out and then counter it. It's pretty straightforward. Because
it's true, but
I already know what Black Totem Pole is all about. So a lot of people do. We're all just sitting here quietly waiting. So it's okay. We get you. We know what's going on.
Anthony, I'm just gonna say, if someone's full of shit, though, I'll call them out. I don't care. They're not gonna sit here and act like they were down with Trump and then now they're changing their tune. This fucking dude has been against Trump for the get-go.
But you kind of were getting in front of him too much, you know what I mean? But you get it. You know we're
Anthony, I want to focus on your initial question when you said make the dog hunt about Israel and the U.S.'s agenda, right? So I'm pulling up an article, and they say in the recent days, cracks have started to appear between Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, particularly over energy and leadership targets. On one side, Trump appears to be interested in the Venezuela model in Iran, which is predicated on aligning with the pragmatic regime insider and accessing vast oil reserves and resources. On the other side, Netanyahu seems to prefer a mowing the grass method that weakens Iran and continues the conflict. Both approaches are at odds with each other, especially as Israel increasingly intends to dictate the terms of the war. Now watch this. As far as Israel's agenda, contrary to Netanyahu has consistently communicated that the subjective of the conflict is regime change. Now, we just spent the last hour talking about how the U.S. doesn't want regime change and doesn't want to, it's not our job to rescue the Iranian people. Wait, Adele, right? Adele, hold on. He just said make that dog bark. Right. Am I doing it?
Are you saying that we didn't want regime change at all? We didn't. There was nobody that said that was like the objective, but if it does happen, well, more power to us. I'm not following what you're talking about.
Well, you need to follow because
just 1 second. I don't want to. I'm going to hand it right back to you, Adele. I don't want this to be a misunderstanding.
Let me respond to Matt. Israel said that their core tenet, their core agenda is regime change. America, just like you, Matt, says that if it happens, cool. We take Cola, right? We just want to get the oil, baby. We want to get this money. But we're at odds
basis. They have compromise. They have Donald Trump is compromised. That was the basis of his thesis. The information you are presenting contradicts, which was my point. If Donald Trump is constant, he's not going to be able to publicly disagree with Netanyahu. He's not going to say stuff like Israel keeps on killing the leadership. We can't find anybody to negotiate with. He's not going to say stuff like that. That is my point, Othello. Now, Othello, furthermore, right? Othello, no one is saying that we are against regime change. No one has said that at all. If it happens, great. If it doesn't happen, so be it. To say that we've been arguing for the last however long against regime change, that's
what threw me off. I didn't know I never heard that one before.
They've been saying that it wasn't one of our core tenements, like one of our core agendas, and I understand that. But what I'm saying is Israel's main goal.
Okay, that's Israel's. Why can't we separate the two?
Okay, you can, but if we're in direct alignment with them as far as like
we don't have agenda. We don't have to be. We could both. We all could do our same thing, but still be on the same field. It's all good, right?
Let me tell you something. As long as Israel is continuing this war, our battleships have to be at the Strait of Hormuz. You know what I mean? We have to pull up. Period.
Listen. I'll stipulate this to you. Sorry, if you want to go after me.
You're good.
If Netanyahu came to Trump, like somehow this was on, and people leak on Trump, it's incredible, which is another subject we need to talk about. But if Netanyahu, Bibi came to Trump, it was like, okay, like I need you to like do X, Y, and Z for me. And Trump's like, well, I really don't want to do that. And then Bibi's like, okay, well, that's too bad. This is what I'm going to do, blah, blah, blah. Like there's some kind of compromise or hostage taking, so to speak. Then maybe I'll be with you, Othello. Like, I'll be like, that's fucked up. You know, Israel's got to answer for that. Like, you get that part, right? Like, we're not here to say Israel's perfect, but we also want to have the goods. You know what I mean? Like all these like conspiracy theories. I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just looking at what they've said, what Netanyahu has laid out in his agenda, right? And I'm saying that, okay, we know that his agenda is, you know, they want to continue this, and they want to continue this shit.
I don't think we don't know their agenda. I don't know that part either. I'm a little confused on that. I think we do know their agenda, and doesn't mean that we have to take part in it.
But we'll see.
I don't know.
We'll see. You know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Matt, do you think that? To me, I think that Trump is the one that has orchestrated. Like, Trump is the captain. Like, I think Trump is the one that's been calling all the shots, and Netanyahu is willing to take on any allyship from the United States. So they're willing to agree with Trump, you know, to whatever degree that is. But I think that Trump is running the show, and everyone just wants to blame it on Israel and Netanyahu because their own personal vendettas. But I really think that we got this.
Okay.
And I think it is America first.
You actually
because it goes to
actually onto something. And I'm actually thinking Trump is actually the person that is stopping Israel from going wild. I don't know if you heard me say that before. I think there's a check on Israel. Trump is a check on Israel in that way. I don't know if anybody's ever even thought about it like that. I just want to throw that in there. I do think that there's something there. Like Trump is like, yo, wait a minute, slow your roll. Let me see what you got going on here. And we're not fully on board with everything you're doing. You have your agenda. You can do. We got your back on, some things. But we're not we got our two agendas going on at different times.
Right. Well, I have to agree with you, Matt, because the international community is by and large against it.
I get your point. I think you're looking for conflict, but there is none.
Well, this is
Go ahead.
Well, this is the thing. Ann said personal vendettas. Okay, why do we have a personal vendetta? Why can't we just listen to Joseph Kent, who was in the meetings and Trump couldn't even leak to his personal cabinet who they were in talks with because Israel would go and bomb them. Now that's crazy.
I agree with that, but that like if you remove it from the government and you bring it down to a personal level, I'm pretty sure you got friends that if you got into a fight and you wanted to go back and do some damage, you got friends that I can't tell them because to do what they willing to do, I can't. Like everybody got them type of people around them, so that don't surprise me. And then when you look at where Israel is geographically in all of this stuff, if I was from Israel or I was a part of the nation of Israel, I would want them wiped off the map as well. Let's go ahead and get this shit over with.
It's all red with them right now.
Yeah, so I kind of get that. Like they got this belief system and we got ours. They trying to colonize us and we ain't going for that shit. We finna go ahead and take them out. So I kind of get it. So if I was Trump, yeah, I'm not finna tell them everything because they finna take off.
Yeah, and it's like Matt said, we do need to circle back because it kind of makes us look not weak, but I'm just saying if Trump's begging for NATO and the European nations to pull up, obviously, he wants some other backing. And he says that this,
he's doing that to make sure that our allies will do it, and he was just exposing it.
Just real quick.
Well, no, I think he would like them there.
I mean, it needs a little bit of both. Like, okay, it's one of those things like, okay, I'm going to expose these guys for being the chumps that they are, but if they do show up, sure, why not use them? It's kind of one of both,
Well, he wanted us to look unified because his whole thing is like, it's PR. He wants us to look unified to the Russias and the Chinas, but it shows chinks in our armor when we're not unified with our European partners. I'm gonna put it that way, and I know you guys can agree. But when I look at China, man, they're making chess moves. You know what I mean? With the Taiwan thing, they want to present themselves to the world as a level-headed force. You know what I mean? And not belligerent. And the only thing I'm worried about with Trump, he's looked like belligerent pigs. You know what I mean? Like that deserve to be, swung on. Like we're just out of control. And I'm saying that he needs to move with a little bit more tact. And so when I look at just from chess and just like a PR thing, which Israel bought TikTok so that people can start to love them again, and it's all a PR war, right? I'm looking at China and they looking very wise in their movements.
Fellow bro, I'm really disappointed in them.
So
I implore you to really do some research into what's going on in China. I implore you to go and see what happened to the top general in China the last couple of months, who didn't support, what some of the rules that she was making. Listen, man. I'm gonna use a movie reference to something that we've been talking. When Michael went to that restaurant, and they were talking about negotiating some kind of agreement, they were like, yo, listen, we can negotiate whatever we want, but Luca Brasi, that motherfucker ain't listening. Y'all try to take out the Godfather, he's coming to see you. And they like, yo, Luca Brasi sleeps with the fishes. They knew they had to take him out because there's certain dudes that no matter what, they're going to do what they want to do because they're going to address the situation. We all have friends like that. Here's what's up, man. As far as China looking like some kind of statesman and, reasonable force in the world, it's bullshit. In China, for all the saber rattling, for all of the building up of their military that they've done, Taiwan is across the street from China. The United States is half a world away from Taiwan. Why hasn't China run up in Taiwan yet? Why haven't they? Why?
Because Joe Biden's no longer president and they never get their ass kicked.
shit would be rubble overnight. We are not giving China the chip factory, which is the only reason they want Taiwan. So listen, man, you guys, you can worry about whatever you want to worry about. God bless you. But we see what's going on outside.
Did you see the recent?
Well, I'll go after you.
Did you see the recent? Okay, I'm sorry, Toto. I'm just asking one question, Anthony. Did you see the recent? Did you see the recent photo of Taiwan's Prime Minister and Xi?
I didn't see it.
Okay, go do some research on that because they just made amends. So that's the big thing that happened this past week. China and Taiwan just shook hands on a grand stage. So the board is changing, and I implore you to do some research on that. And that's why I'm saying.
But what does that mean, though? What does it mean?
Hold on. That's why I'm saying they looking. Go look at that photo. It was the photo of her seen in the world. China and Taiwan are about to become allies again.
Yo, they can become allies till the ground. As long as China doesn't do a hostile takeover, I got no problem with them being allies. If here's a Reuters link. I'm posting a Reuters link. If that avoids World War III, I have no problem with it. I'm cool with that. That doesn't undermine America's interest.
Well, you have to understand something. Taiwan has already agreed to come onshore here in America and put a factory together. They've agreed to do that. I believe it was over $1 trillion. They're talking about, or billions, I'll say, that they're going to put into a factory out here. Also employment and training for the people here. So over the next 10 years, the chips will be over here. But there's another piece to it. The Chinese and the Taiwanese are first cousins. So this is like family fight. You understand? And that's the same as the Ukrainians and the Russians. These guys are related to each other. That's one. Two, China in my lifetime has never been in a confrontation. But you know what they've been doing? They've been building bombs ever since the beginning. They've been building weapons. They've been stockpiling. You know what we're doing here in America? It takes 1 year to make 200 Tomahawk missiles. 1 year to make 200. We dropped 400 missiles in 3 days. Right? And so we're not stockpiling our weapons. We don't have an ever-ending supply of this shit. It has to be made. Right? And so China's been sitting back, stockpiling shit. That's the same way Iran has got all those goddamn drones. They've been sitting back, stocking up shit. While every fucking year of my life for the last 52 years, the United States has been in some type of a confrontation. It's a forever war mindset with these Anglo-Saxon arrogant whites. They love to fight for no reason. And so when you have the Israelis who are exactly the same way, these Polish Ashkenazis, the same way, absolutely same way, they're warmongering people. They love to fight for no reason, and they always keep up conflict. There's places on the map that don't do that, and China is one of those places. I'll stick my total quote right.
Go ahead, Ford.
So I think the challenge I have with this is that when we look at other countries, we highlight their potential, but we don't highlight the potential of what America can do. We only see the downside as to what America can do. Listen, man, to be an American means you talk shit. And you don't just turn it off just because the America don't like you or it's not presidential to do so. Like, in our daily lives, bro, like at work you talk shit. Like, to be an American means you talk shit. When it comes to China can build all the shit
shit that they want, but if they ain't willing to bust their gun, that shit don't mean nothing. And we have proven that if you talk shit about us, we gonna come see about you. So yeah, it's wise for them to shut the hell up. But we gonna come see about it. Now, when it comes to Taiwan, they get on stage and they shake hands. Okay, it doesn't really tell me anything. Like, I need more context as to how do you see this playing out? We already got soldiers over there. Are you telling me that China finna try to take over? Are you telling me that Taiwan is finna kick our soldiers out? Like, what does it mean to say, you know, like what else does that mean?
It's a chess move. You know what I mean? Where it can lead, we don't know, but it's a chess move.
Can I just say, I think, some of what has been said, frankly, in some ways is a bit childish, this idea that, we'll find out about China and all the rest of it. I mean, you can point to things like even Afghanistan, right? Which is just, was a ragtag group of guys in sandals and AK-47s, and look how that turned out, right? It's out of Afghanistan now. But if this argument, China hasn't done shit in Taiwan because they're scared, it's a joke. I mean, maybe there's another reason. That's Totem, and I completely agree with Totem. Maybe it's because they respect international law, has that struck your mind as well? And we can point to some other evidence. So, for instance, Russia right now has invaded Ukraine. Did the USA engage indirectly?
True, if you keep going out, I don't know what's going on with your wife.
Drops out more than anything I've ever seen.
You must be in China.
Yeah.
Well, I might have had some decent connection. But I was just saying, China's army is actually larger than Russia, and if the USA is not willing to engage with Russia in direct warfare, why would you think that a direct war, or even that indirect between China and the USA would ever happen? It's just childish. Like, it's not going to happen. No one's going to come to check, quote unquote, as you said. Everyone knows a lot better than to do that. I'll just leave that there.
True, we missed like the last 5 seconds of what you said.
Well, I hope basically the point was clear. I don't think there's ever going to be a direct engagement between the USA and China. And not because China is quote scared, but because it doesn't make sense for anyone. No one wins that.
So, would it be safe to say, because we know that's not the U.S. standpoint, the U.S. is like, if we got to get it done, then let's go ahead and get this shit over with. And it seems like Israel got the same perspective. Shout out to Israel. Let's go ahead and take these gloves off. Let's get this shit over with. If China's gun shy, don't you think that can be leveraged?
Are they gun shy or are they wise?
Oh, because to shoot a gun, you gotta have some bullets. If you don't got no goddamn bullets, what does it matter how many guns you got? You can have all the fucking guns in the world. You don't got no damn bullets. You gotta stay cool and stack up your weapons and your stockpile of bullets. You don't got enough bombs. You don't got enough ammo to fight nobody. And
stages that are the opposite view of this?
Yes, I am. I just can't see what I'm talking about.
All right, I gotta commend you. You're one of the very few that ever come this way. So I'll give you any kind of grace and room to do what you need to do. In fact, I don't even have to anybody respond to you. If you just want to make a statement and leave, that's cool.
Oh no, I just came to see what you guys were talking about. I came in here and then I was brought up and I was just like, okay, they must be pretty cool. I just want to see what's happening. I don't have a problem with anybody. And there's a lot of people in here that I know, so it's cool.
That's right. Welcome, Sandra.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you.
That was the same one from what house I'm talking about, but yeah. So you have no thoughts on anything that's been said, or just kind of like
I've only been in here like 3 minutes, so yeah, I just want to check it out. But I mean, I don't have beef with anybody, so.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think you're. I mean, come on, take it. Oh, Anthony, take it over. Yeah, if you know her better than I do, I don't know. Anthony?
No, I'm cool.
I've been in many a stage with Sandra. We don't typically agree, but I'm happy she's in here. I'm happy, she's willing to come and exchange ideas and listen, and it's impressive. God bless her.
Yeah, well, Anthony, I given my command, or I don't know what you call them, the rules of engagement from the other houses, that if you want me on their stage, you have to come on mine. So there's been this ongoing battle with a bunch of people about that, and then I'm like, well, you guys just show up over on mine, it's fine, and I'll get one or two that will show up, or they're actually in the goo mostly. So I'm like, okay, and then when one does show up, it's like I'll clear the way, it's the way it goes. So
I've been on these stages for over 6 years. I don't have a problem with anybody. If I have an issue with somebody, I just leave that room. But I mean, it all makes sense until it doesn't. And everybody has to express themselves the way that they do. And you can't be mad at somebody who feels differently from you. Like me and Anthony don't get along, but we don't agree on the same things, but we're still friends. We both follow each other, so it's not a big deal.
Well,
it's okay.
I gave you more balls than literally most of the men over there. Now, no offense to your friends over there, but you have a lot more bravery and balls than they do. I just have to say that right now.
Where was over there?
Well, you know the places. Come on, I don't know if you're playing dumb.
No. There's a few. I was wondering if there was one in particular, but
I'm not going to mention it because it does get out or whatever. But you know the ones that the ones that you tend to get tossed from. You know what I mean?
Yes.
To be honest with you, it doesn't make any sense for us to mention those specific. It really doesn't. It's counterproductive. Honestly, I'm just saying it to you. That's
fine. It's perfectly understandable. We don't have to discuss it, but I appreciate, totem pole, your use of the term Anglo-Saxon thirst for war. That's a new one for me. And I don't disagree.
I know, that's interesting. Because I was thinking the same thing, Alan. I'm like, that alone could be a room. You know what I mean? Like, if you were to break that down, that's a fascinating way of looking at it. Because, if we do go to war, like white, Saxon people do, we do drag everybody with us. So go ahead, Alan, if you like to continue.
I agree. And I used to get a lot of heat in certain rooms because I acknowledged it. I mean, when you look at the last at least 100 years, the number of world wars us white people have started and engaged with. I mean, we've killed at least over 100 million of our own in these wars. Easy. And when I say white people, I am using the traditional distinctions of race. So there was the white race, there was the black race, and the Asian race. Now the Asians, I mean, they were amateurs. Now, under Mao Zedong, he killed 20 million in 5 years on the Great Leap Forward, and then I forget, there was another program, they killed another 20 million. So they're up to about 40. But yeah, when it comes to white people, by far, we've gone at it farther, and more deadlier than any other race on the planet. And I say that as to say, maybe those other people should take note of that and don't fuck with us. Because if we'll just be glad we're only focused on ourselves, and every once in a while we commit a few genocides here and there of other racial groups, but by far the people that we exterminate and war with is ourselves. And just stand clear, we'll be fine, and try not to get caught in the crossfire. So totem pole, completely agreed. And that's my very, very, very dark view of that.
In this room, I consider all to be Clubhouse friends, if not friends, acquaintances. And I see you in rooms all the time. And I'm in your room all the time. So much so that I think I'm 5% on the app. And so the app told me, by giving me a badge, that I'm important in any room I'm in. So I come into these rooms and I communicate with my Anglo-Saxon friends. But the reality of it is, in my lifetime, in the 52 years that I've been on this planet, I've never seen you not have 2 consistent years without a war going on. And like I say, this type of a mindset, when you bring in technology, right, it's one thing to have all the information in a book, and you say, we'll keep the books in the library. It's another thing to upload all the information into the cloud and put it in your hand on a cell phone and say, here's your own smartphone, and all of our history, all of our information, and everything we know is right here at the palm of your hand. And then you expect people not to look at you a little different, Anglo-Saxons? Well, wait a minute. Now, I don't have to do much to do any history. I don't have to have a library card to do history on you folks. And so now people are starting to side-eye your movements a little different, because we have these smartphones and this AI and this Google, and all this stuff makes you even more arrogant, because you say, I could give you fools all the information and history on us, and we still will be on top. And I don't think that's the way it's going to be with the technology. I think people are starting to look at you a little different, and people are starting to see, wait a minute, you fools just like to fight. But there's something that happens to a fool that likes to fight all the time. There's only 2 things that can happen to him. Either he's going to be put in jail, or he'll be put in a box. And don't forget that. I'll put some totem pole on it, and I'll stick it right there.
Well, totem. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I mean, more people are aware of the history. More people are looking sideways at all of this and saying, what the hell? I think, but I think what's true now and what was true 100 and 200 and 1,000 and 2,000 years ago is all of these foreign wars, they're always fought over resources. Now, you spoke about China earlier. Yeah, China's not sitting there smiling. China's sweating bullets because they get all of their oil from Iran. Well, they got it. If I understood or am remembering correctly, they were getting some from Venezuela, and they were getting a good portion from Iran. And initially, what I heard, they were the ones who told Iran, look, go to the peace table, agree to the ceasefire, because if you don't, we're not going to be able to get the oil we need from you, and then we're in trouble. So you better deal with the Americans. So no,
100%, by the way, Alan. 100%.
Yeah, thank you, Norm. Thank you. So, and that's and you know, when you talk about white people and their predilection for war, you know, Western European culture, we had to fight over resources. Resources were scarce. The surviving in Western Europe over the past 10,000 years in that environment required the people that came from Africa, or the people that came from Asia, or the people that came from the Middle East. It is just the way it is. And you had to fight. You're starving, your families in your village and the women and your children are starving, and some guy in the village, you know, one village over, they're living it up, and your women and children are looking at you saying, you know, we're hungry, we don't care. Yeah, you pick up some rocks and you go over there and you start hitting them on the head and you steal their food. I'm oversimplifying it, but that's what it boils down to, and that's where it comes from. So, you know, I don't know what else to say except that, and I'll end with this: in today's world, we are still fighting over resources, and now it happens on a global scale. We're fighting. You know, they blew up in the Ukraine war. They blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. That was the pipeline that transported oil from Russia to Western Europe. And Russia was making $1 billion a day from that pipeline. Well, Western United States, Western Europe, some Middle Eastern countries said, no, we don't want Russia selling the oil. We want Western Europe to get oil from these other countries, Azerbaijan, Turkey, other different countries. So boom, by Nord Stream 2. And, you know, for the time being, now Russia's shipping it to India, and India's shipping it to Europe. So they're still making money on it. But eventually, that will change, and now those other countries will get it. Is it right? I don't know. No, was it a justification for war? I don't know. I don't think they should have done that. But it's done, and that's the kinds of games they play. And that's the kinds of games we need, because, gas prices, guess what? They're making a deal, the Strait of Hormuz is open, Trump played them, he won, and now gas prices are going down.
Okay, and don't just put it all on white people. They are some murderous people. Arabs too. Though, are we lumping Arabs in with white people? Because those are some killing, warmongering, enslaving, conquering people too. They went all the way up into the Caucasus Mountains trying to spread Islam. They went all the way into Europe. They went all the way through North Africa. So you know.
Otello, yes, I know, but Totem Pole was focusing on white people. That's why I limited it to that.
I think it's a fake designation, white people. I can't think of a people who haven't had a history of murder, war, and killing. I don't know of any people that are free of that. People from the continent of North America, South America, Asia, Africa. There's killing on every single continent. I don't think anybody has a monopoly on killing.
That's true, Norm, but when you rack up the actual numbers, and this was before you came in, the distinction we made, white people have by far outdone every other racial group.
I mean, if you just look at more advanced weapons, not because of a lack of desire on other people's parts.
Well, if you just look at King Leopold, we're talking about 18 million.
That's one guy. Yes,
exactly. 18 million.
That's not white people. That's one man.
But he's a part of it.
Yeah, he's one gabillions of white people.
Yeah, and look, he took out. Listen. This is not 6 million.
We know about
18 million people.
Well, I'm not sure how many it is, but he certainly was responsible for some. Well, you don't know, and I don't know. But he is responsible for some. Definitely a bad guy.
I think we can speak a little bit on things. I mean, that's Alan, right? They agree. I mean, we did drag and kill quite a few people on our way to where we needed to go. You know, so I mean, it's not like.
But there's a lot of killing in Africa. Let's not.
No, I don't deny. I just say don't fight it. You know what I mean? Like we can agree on all these things. You know.
Yeah, but Norm, look, I don't shy away from the behavior of the individual implicates the entire group. I don't need to say, well, he was just one person. He doesn't represent all. Talking in extreme generalities here. And I think it's for the purpose of this conversation. I understand you don't want to do it, Norm, and that's fine. I get it.
I think it's scientifically dishonest. Like, I don't even believe in this idea of white people. Like, if we an Armenian person is the same as a Greek person, is the same as a Portuguese person, is the same as a Norwegian person, is the same as an Australian. No, these are all different people.
No,
or a French person.
Yeah, clearly.
The Australians are British.
Yeah, because clearly the Armenians are better. But that aside,
absolutely,
that's true.
But I know
that's semantics a little bit, right?
Yeah.
We're trying to keep it.
We don't have to belabor the point. I mean, when this conversation started, I pointed out, in World War I and World War II, I mean, the death toll. Russia had a death toll of, all said and done, of like 50 million by the end of World War II.
They sent their own people to die.
Yeah, I mean, it's. And I said, in Mao Zedong, there was the Great Leap Forward killed 20 million, and then something else was 20 million. So
the Cultural Revolution.
Yeah. But I mean, by comparison, that Asia is not, is amateurs compared to white.
Don't forget Pol Pot.
Oh yeah,
Pol Pot too.
How many did he kill?
3 million, I would say.
3 million. Come on.
That's the wiki of you saying those are numbers. Those are child numbers over there.
I'm not impressed with anything under 10 million. I'm sorry. I agree.
High standards.
But it's interesting because even the Khmer Rouge, they sprung up because of the bombs that were dropped during the Vietnam War. So
that's not accurate at all. There was a communist movement. He was educated at the Sorbonne in Paris, like many of these fake revolutionaries, like Ho Chi Minh. The Khmer Rouge existed before we bombed the supply lines to the North Vietnamese.
Yeah, but you guys we bombed a lot of the farmers' land, right? Which is why.
I don't know about the farmers. We bombed the supply lines to our enemy that were coming through Cambodia because they thought they were being slick. We weren't trying to bomb farmers. We were trying to beat the North Vietnamese.
We just happened to. We bombed a lot of farmers.
I have to see more.
We bombed a lot of those people that got so mad that they joined the Khmer Rouge. Right?
No.
Yes, they did.
They tried to flee the Khmer Rouge. They was massacred by the Khmer Rouge.
No,
the people didn't. They were brutal murderers.
Not the lay people. No, not
the lay people.
Hold on. The Khmer Rouge, they killed a lot of people.
despotism. I don't know if somebody how you want to kill intellectuals.
You know, they focused on the artists.
They did forced marriages. There were not 3 million artists in Cambodia, bro. There were 3 million intellectuals in Cambodia.
Well, come on now. Cambodia was a hub for art before the Vietnam War.
A hub.
I got some documentaries that I can send to you.
Yeah, I mean, because I made a film there. I'm quite familiar.
Okay, that's fine.
I studied it deeply.
Have you seen? Don't think I've forgotten the lost history of rock and roll in Cambodia.
No. Well, yes, I did. It's a long time ago. It's a very old one.
Yes,
it's an interesting film. It has nothing to do with art. I mean, that's post-war rock and roll in Cambodia. Yeah, it's actually a really interesting and good film.
Yeah, even the prime minister was a director and actor. So, you know, they were a hub for the arts, but also, you know, Western influence. There was a lot of Western influence. But we don't have to get into that.
Yeah, I mean, what does Western influence mean to you?
Just like, you know, the music, the dress, and that's why the...
is that something you're against?
No. Well, I'm not even saying it on that level. I'll tell you why the communists even, like, hyper-focused on that area.
Communism is a Western ideology.
Okay.
That's a Western influence.
Yeah.
And it's been instrumentalized as a way of attacking the West. It's a suicidal ideology.
With my friends here on stage, I have grown up in a time where, and some of you have too, where there were actual crop circles that were coming up when I was probably in middle school, and we know they were from extraterrestrials. There was no way that they were making these signs and symbols, geometric symbols, in the ground on crops. And I remember that some of the mathematical scientists started to get together and decipher some of the messages that were being sent through the aliens that were coming down and beaming these crops. And one night, and then the next night, you wake up and you have these geometrical signs on the ground. And when they started to decipher, the only thing that kept coming up when they started putting the mathematic universal numbers together was be at peace, stop war, stop fighting. This is the message that the aliens were giving to the planet, right? So the Anglo-Saxon has had a number of years in, I would say, power over the earth. They've been in existence, we know. You guys go back at least 6,000 years. We go back to the beginning of the planet. When I say we, I'm talking about melanated people, right? So with the existence of you on the planet and in power, the only thing that you've done war. But the reality of it is the whole universe knows about it because we've had visitors from other planets come and tell us, be at peace. Now these people are these beings we know can go.
What planet are you talking about?
Excuse me, hold on.
Well, I'm not serious. What language do you mean?
Excuse me. Yeah, excuse me. These beings can come from the sky and go right into the... Hold on, excuse me. I just like the land. I just like the land. I know it hurts when you hear the truth, but please take the medicine. Okay, so the reality of it is this, and I know you don't like it because you're being irritable right now. But hear this Anglo-Saxon, hear it, Anglo, and listen to it good. They have asked you to be at peace. Their technology is beyond any Earth technology. They won't even share the technology with you.
language of the crop circles in? When you said mathematical scientists, were you trying to say mathematicians?
Now, it was interesting. I didn't know he was going to go down this route. But, you know, when we watched the documentary Disclosure, Marco Rubio was in there, as well as some other people. You know, this is definitely, this is not totally far-fetched.
The documentary Disclosure, it's called Disclosure?
Yes, and Marco Rubio, as well as...
When did it come out?
I think last year.
Okay. And what did it disclose? What did Marco Rubio say?
Man, you know...
I'm asking you what Marco Rubio said.
Okay, so...
Did Marco Rubio say that the crop circles were messages from aliens?
No, but they did greenlight a lot of the other things that he said. I think he's mixing different things that he had learned.
Okay, what did Marco Rubio say? Because he said basically what the other guy said, but now he said he didn't say that. So I'm just curious.
He more so greenlight that there are orbs and UAPs and unidentified objects that are a national security threat. Documentary is called Disclosure. Everybody should go see it.
So he didn't say that there were aliens from other planets telling us to be at peace like this guy just said, did he? He didn't say that, did he?
Man, you know what? Some were saying that they were already here and they're in the ocean.
No, I'm saying, what did Marco Rubio say? He said that they were...
Yeah, I was surprised Rubio put himself out there like he did. I didn't think he would do that.
What did he say?
He just intimated that that aliens are real. I don't remember any specifics.
He intimated it?
Yeah.
Okay. How did he intimate it?
Why don't you go watch it and find out?
Well, you're the one making the claim. I mean, you saw it. I mean, if you remember, if you don't remember, just say, I don't know.
Well, there's a lot that we're still in the dark about, right?
Okay.
But at the same time, like Beaver said, for him to put himself out there in the documentary, agreeing with the general agenda of the documentary.
What's the general agenda?
That there are UAPs, orbs, on the planet that are
unidentified.
Yeah, unidentified aerial phenomenon is what they call them.
Right, but he doesn't say that there are aliens. He just doesn't unidentified.
Yeah, him specifically. He didn't say
what they're saying is the propulsion technology that these UAPs have, the way they're able to slow down, move fast, and they've been doing this since like the 60s.
It's unexplained.
Yeah, it's unexplained pretty much.
But he doesn't say that they're aliens.
Well, I mean, you know, we didn't have any capability, so it definitely been like some type of orb or artificial intelligence, you know, kind of tracking, vessel that just goes through the galaxy. You know what I mean? It could be something like that too.
Here's a quote. We've had repeated instances of something operating in the airspace over restricted nuclear facilities, and it's not ours. I mean, to me, the implication is that it's China.
The nuclear they've been able to turn it on and off. It's been documented that any time it was turned off, they didn't do it. And the orb, turning these nuclear facilities off because they want the
When was the nuclear facility turned off? When was the nuclear facility turned off?
I'll let you talk and then talk once you go on mute.
When was the nuclear facility turned off?
I can Google it, North. I can Google it for you.
Is it on Netflix or what? I just posted it in the I forget what it was on. You know, I use torrent. Okay, but I will say this, Norm. If it is another nation, it's still national security, right? Because the speed at which these UAPs are moving, it's way faster than anything we have. So even if it is China, the way it's going into the ocean.
This wouldn't have been China. This is 67 he's talking about. It was in Montana. There's no way that was China. I believe that. Yeah, I believe that.
Hold on, let me continue. These UAPs, the way they're moving, stopping on a dime, premise was that this was a national security threat.
Well, sure, but it's not the whole premise is that it's aliens.
Have you seen the documentary?
I'm asking you.
Have you seen it?
I'm asking you.
And they said,
You've seen it, right?
I'm trying to
You've seen it.
Too bad the Ayatollah didn't get the memo.
look it up. They saying,
Did you look it up?
and they don't want to commute with us. They don't want to deal with us because
How would you know that?
war.
How would you know that?
Because the crop circles said it.
Really? In what language? Hello? What language were the crop circles in? How would you know what they're saying? Huh? I was in mathematics. So they were numbered.
Our universities decided to.
In what language did they find that they were?
If I could add a quick comment.
So, I'm
You don't know? I mean, why would you say this crazy stuff if you don't know?
Hey, I don't know where this conversation is going, but I think you asked, what did Mark Rubio say? Here is something Mark Rubio said.
I quoted him.
He said, thank you, Israel.
I quoted him. We know already what he said. It's in the chat in case you don't know.
Can we do
talking about aliens playing a piano, Alan? Yeah, he was playing Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Can we just do
1 minute intermission, please? Thank you, Alan. Go ahead.
You want me to?
Yeah, please carry on. 30 seconds.
I nobody heard it. I just know that they.
That's it. Thank you. Carry on. Keep of the world.
Anybody really gets into it. The reality of it is, mathematics, we know is universal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can count just like any other fucking middle school.
No more. I put the Othello said in the YouTube link that I put in the chat. Yeah, you see that?
Hey, for those of you who are interested, there's a long-time group called MUFON. I think it's MUFON or just maybe one F. And it's been a group that's advocated, discussed UFOs, et cetera, et cetera. If you're interested, look them up.
Was actually interested in crop circles and international peace, and he too believes that there are alien powers out there that the government is covering up. But I think it's just the military-industrial complex playing games, psyop games with the public, so we keep funding them. And we're
Elmore, are you there? Yeah. Are you saying you do not believe in aliens? I was trying to figure out where you're going with what you were saying.
I'm just interested in the evidence. I don't believe things, I just look at evidence.
Well, if we look at the evidence of just the solar system in general, I mean, for sure there's more intelligent life than us.
You can't say for sure. I mean, it's for
you
sure.
Can say it's likely.
You can say it's likely.
Okay.
Think of it. Out of all the millions of solar systems, I get it. And there's planets that like this. Yes, I get it.
And especially further, because we're at the edge of the galaxy, I mean, think about what's at the center of it. You know what I mean? I just would definitely believe for sure that there's higher intelligent life for sure.
There's planetary shit. There's shit sharing our planet right now, you fucking idiot. They're in the
good. It's gonna talk, but yeah.
So let me talk lower. I'll talk like this. Can you hear me like this?
Yeah, it's better. Yeah,
You guys can you hear me? You can hear me this way.
Crop circles, you should be picking cotton.
Oh, geez.
Come on, bro.
Too early.
And this is the nature. And this is the nature. This is the nature. And so,
we can't filter out white trash through the app, brother.
hey, well, the reality of it is,
Clearly everybody's off their bikes.
Is there a rule here that we're not supposed to?
Yeah, it's pretty creepy. Everybody's off their bikes.
Where are you from?
Los Angeles, California, sir.
Oh, what's your ethnicity?
Sir, background is Syrian and Greek.
Oh, that's why you look like a child molester. I was just wondering.
Oh, that's why you're a coward behind a fake PTR and you wouldn't say that to my face, so come on, bro. You should have seen what I did to Nazis like you in the county jail, bro.
Nazis?
I used to throw you guys off the tier on a 2000 tour. It was like cardio.
No, you fucking savage. No, in Greece, they were fucking raping boys, and in Syria, they've been slaughtering each other. The fuck are you talking about?
Like I said, white trash, what we used to do to you in the LA County jail was so fun.
Oh, you used to be in the LA County jail being what? The Armenians fluffers? What the fuck did you do?
Being against the group, talking over Nazis like it's nothing.
Oh, yeah. You didn't do shit. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but you Nazis couldn't walk the main line until
the Nazis and the
Nazis couldn't walk the main line until the Mexicans.
Oh, you're so fucking stupid. The ones in the Southerners run the California jails. Everybody knows this. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, you think so?
They do, literally. They're the fucking majority. Which of the main groups in the California system is the largest and the most powerful? Everybody knows it's the Southerners.
Yeah, of course it is.
And who are they fucking aligned with, you fucking retard?
But before the Southerners gave you a pot of pissing, bro, you motherfuckers weren't dictating shit.
No, that's bullshit.
You brought off the Mexicans. You brought off the Latin.
Where did your fat other ass end up having to roll with?
Victimize you. We victimize you.
You didn't do shit because you're in other. You're in other. You don't have a crew. You're the smallest group in the fucking.
I'm against the Crip. I'm with the blacks.
Yeah, right. Shut the fucking dick
out of here.
The fuck out of here.
Fuck out of here. Poser bitch. 3 times more than fuck Nazis, nigga. Just like that. Fuck Nazis.
I will chop your fat ass up so easily, you fucking retard. You don't even know who you're talking to.
Fuck Nazis.
I would smack the fucking cat off of your face, bitch. You wouldn't do a goddamn thing about it. Shut the fuck up.
I'm in Los Angeles right now. I drop out.
Okay, go. Drive your fat ass around in Los Angeles. Like, I give a shit. You want a fucking medal?
White trash, nigga. Fuck white boys, nigga. Fuck Nazis. Fuck white boys.
Yeah, this white boy would smack the shit out of you, make you cry. Shut the fuck up.
Please, you'll be running back to the Mexicans begging for
and what would you do about it? How would you stop me? You couldn't. Literally, you could not stop me if I wanted to.
I'll whoop your ass.
How would you do that? How? With what skills? With what skills?
Bitch. With my fist, bitch. White trash.
You can beat me with your fist. That's cute.
For sure I can.
How many amateur pro fights have you been in?
For sure, I will destroy you.
Okay, based on what? Based on what?
Just your lack of masculinity.
I'm pretty sure I have a lot more fights than you. Like, legal fights than you. Yeah, I know. You fucking retard. Quit acting like a tough guy online. It's stupid.
You are a faggot.
You're not a fucking creepy fucking faker. Shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Fuck white boys, bro. Fuck white trash.
You can say fuck white boys all you want. I don't give a fuck.
Fuck white trash. Shut up.
You're just mad because you were getting your ass plowed by the fucking ones on the yard.
Fuck white trash.
You didn't count any time anyway. That ain't shit.
I smash woods, nigga. I smash the wood 5
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
Bro.
The others would never. You're an other. You would never touch a fucking white. Shut the fuck up.
Black too strong.
Data would not let you roll with them, you fucking dumbass.
Check the PTR, white trash. Don't say so. Fuck out of here. You bitch. Fuck white boys. Shut up. Your parents were siblings, white trash. Your parents were siblings. Come on, go ahead, bitch. I'm not hiding in front of anything. Fuck white boys. You heard what I said? Fuck white trash. Yeah, nigga, fuck Nazis. Hitler was a faggot just like you. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Fuck the wood pile. Fuck NLR. Fuck P9. Fuck all of that. I'm all Aryan killer. That's what I
piece of shit. Suck it.
Fuck white boys. Fuck white boys. You remember what I said?
Beautiful, white, intelligent white girls do not claim any type of non-teacherity. We do not claim them. We do not claim them.
That nigga claims it, so fuck Peppy. I'm an Aryan killer.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Fuck that nigga. So just like that.
Fuck. Beam a crib. You roll the cribs.
I roll with Ravi.
Holy crap. Fuck this nigga. This is a bitch. Fuck white trash.
We got the took you out on those drug deals, Beamer, and you will.
That's why I'm nice. That's why I'm not. That's why I'm
Why do they have to exist?
Damn, who's the rapist?
White trash.
So how does a little Syrian wigger like you end up? And why do you want to be black so bad? I'm just curious.
Too black, too strong, bro. That's why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but you're not black. Literally, it's not in your DNA. You fucking poser. It's pathetic. Like, why would you hate? No, I understand. If I was a dirty fucking sand rooster like you, just a dirty fucking piece of shit like you from a dirty fucking shithole part of the world, and then you end up talking. Then you want to hang out with black people and act like you're a gangster and all that stuff. But you know that it's funny though, because you do know that you would never disrespect any Southerner or white that in the fucking county jail or prison. You would never do that.
I didn't talk about a Southerner. I'm talking about you coward ass white trash.
Are you to tell me the AB, they're pussies, they would let your fat ass talk shit to them? You know they wouldn't.
The ABs couldn't even walk the main line until they.
Oh, you're so fucking stupid.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. Y'all were always.
They literally controlled the fucking state system for decades, you moron.
You just back in the day, you just had some racist ass white CEOs bring you in drugs. That was it. Nothing on the stupid. Until you clicked up with that.
I'm not an AB, and I'm not a skinhead. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Shut the fuck up, then, bitch.
No, you can shut the fuck up. I'll smack that goddamn beard off your face, you fat fucking sand nigger. Shut the fuck up. I know how to speak English like a white man. White trash, look at you, motherfucker. You have to act like a fucking hood rat. And you're white, you fucking fat fuck. Fat fuck.
My vernacular can go from the corner to the corner store to the metropolitan of Central.
Oh, so in other words, you're a faker. In other words, you fake it. That's what you do.
I'm versatile, motherfucker.
Oh, you're versatile. You're versatile.
Yes, sir.
You know, you're a father speaking like this. Why do you want to say versatile?
Wallah, kisumikul yakbar, wallah.
Yeah, I don't speak that garbage.
Yeah, all that, nigga. Fuck white boys.
No, fuck you, fat fuck.
Fuck white trash, nigga. It looks like I see.
You know what's really funny though is white trash was literally killing your fucking family in Syria. Literally, white boys, middle class white boys were going to Syria and putting bullets in the heads of people who look like you, only less well fed.
Shut up, white trash.
Shut up, fat ass.
Shut up, Aryan bitch. Shut up.
You're just a dartboard for black dick. That's all you are. Right around your butthole.
Like I said, fuck Nazis and fuck you.
You fucking fart out quick. Every time you fart, you put chlamydia in the air. You got it in your ass so many times, you dirty bitch.
Every time we catch you, motherfucker. That's why we whip your ass and we take the razor blades and put it on the broomstick and shove it up your ass. That's what we do.
Bullshit, you fucking sit on it voluntarily. Shut the fuck up,
bro. I was known for that. I was known for taking the
you never did shit.
You know, moving quick.
Hey, Bima, I want you to try to guess what we was talking about
so you probably wouldn't be allowed in.
What Pecker was? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know you got bullied. It's fine.
What you think the surfers were in Venice Beach? They weren't no real white wingers. They were cowards. All you white boys were cowards.
Were cowards? Oh, so you would go running. So wait, how old are you? How old are you, tough guy? Hey, tough guy, how old are you? Like what decade? Like what decade?
I'll give it to the northern South
I think they're cousins.
Are you like in your 40s? Are you in your 40s?
I'm 41.
Okay, so you telling me that like the white boys and the South from Southie that you think they were pussies?
The majority of them were not factors whatsoever. Not factors for decades. They were strung off drugs. That was their downfall because they were crystal heads. They came from money. They had a little bit of organization, but that shit went out the window when that crystal came. And then then you got to be tied with Laeme. Whatever the Serenios.
No, I'm talking about in Boston. Southeast.
Different. No, I don't say that about those white boys. Fuck no.
Yeah, I don't think you would talk shit to those white boys.
I wouldn't want to those white boys. What is the Irishman that I don't quarrel with him?
He's a white boy.
Yeah, I don't like
even in Revere. Some of those areas. I don't think you'd want to talk shit to them.
I don't talk shit to a Catholic Protestant white boy. He's an American. God bless him. Which Nazi motherfucker.
Oh, I'm a Catholic white boy, dum dum.
No, but you're a Nazi though. You're a neo-Nazi.
Oh, how am I I'm a neo-Nazi? Wow.
For sure you are.
Oh no. How do you know that?
Because you took such offense when I started disrespecting Aryan brotherhood and Pecker, which it's like I hurt your family line when I said that.
No, you think it's funny? I think that's marketing. That's like me saying I went into the Hells Angels clubhouse and I started beating all of them up. And then I'm the Hells Angels killer. It's just so it is so stupid and like so out of this world. I'm not going to take it seriously.
You're a racist, inbred, lefty, white trash piece of shit.
I'm a lefty.
Oh, that's all.
And I'm racist. Amazing. I love that combo.
For sure.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Free healthcare for all, but not for the niggers. Amazing.
So, you said lefty white trash, bro. It's disgusting. The bottom pit of American.
Yep, that's exactly, yes. As I'm a lefty, I want you, but I'm racist.
Usually I'm the only one here making fun of Pepe, and thank you for letting me take the day off. Bless you, Robbie. And sorry to hear about your trouble in prison, but I really appreciate all the great work you're doing here with Pepe.
Oh, no problem, sir. I think you're the Jewish brother that came in, so Shabbat Shalom to you.
No, he's a Michelin. He's a fucking turd.
Shabbos, thank you, Robbie. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu asher kedeshanu v'tzivanu v'hadri k'shel sheva b'nei bri haggadah.
All right, well, I got the pre-gotten some beastly for you. You want to pull up?
How much is your grocery bill every time you go shopping?
I've been actually on a diet, Pepe, and I've been trying to, cut the pants.
Pepe. There you go. Shaming works.
Go and get some TRP, Mom.
I've been trying to, Rabbit. Me too.
Well, you probably don't have what I have, but you probably just get your cardio.
Yeah, going to the gym and sweating your ass off is a great way to lose weight. If you've never been to the gym and sweated your fat ass off, well, that's why you're a big fat.
Yes, sir, and I'm trying to do more of that as we speak, man. Less fat ass. But I've been skiing all winter, so I've been getting good exercise. So I did like 33 days of skiing, so that has helped. My legs are built like good, but I gotta get the upper body trimmed up so I can fit into some of these old shirts I got.
Also a shiny.
Say again.
Being a fat ass can be.
Sorry, though. I'm kind of plumped right now. Not exactly.
No, but you're fat. FAT.
So are you, Mikkel.
Listen, it's okay.
And you're a faggot at the same time.
Hey, listen, I'm not tripping. I'm not the one complaining about it. The fuck? Am I complaining? Okay, yeah, exactly. So humble yourself.
I think Pepe might be right about you.
Listen, dude, I really don't give a fuck. I'm not here sitting on an app complaining about I'm overweight, bitch. You're fat. Then you're fat. That's what you want to hear. You're fat. FAT, fat, overweight.
Sure,
yes.
I'm
Own it. Are you mad? Are you mad? You're my bitch. Because it sounds like you're mad.
You Masculinity enough to say that.
I'm not talking to you. I am not talking to you. I'm not
You need a blood test. You need a blood test.
Listen, and what you need is a bitch flag. And what you need is a bitch flag. Okay? That's completely fine. That's completely fine. I probably listen.
Are your jeans methylated? That's a good idea. No, I don't have any blood.
Like, the fuck, like, don't be saying on the alcohol, like, something, like, your family.
Stay away from the kids, you piece of shit. Just understand that. Stay away from the kids. We don't need you around. You're evil. Why is the Lord's name? The Lord's name.
Why is you so mad? That's what we want to know. We want to know why you're looking at the demon, bitch.
In the Lord's name, amen.
Like everybody's getting out today. I think we're all acquainted now.
Yeah, everybody's getting along well tonight.
I do think Rabbi is correct. Like, the only reason I wanted abortion was so black women would abort their babies, and I do think we should have large safety nets, just not for the blacks. And yeah, he's actually right.
That's fine. Us blacks don't want nothing from you either, but don't fucking bother us either. We don't just leave us the fuck alone.
I want every black to vote. I wish every black voter would vote Republican in the next election. They'd have the party under their fingertips in 2 years. I swear to God.
It's starting to sound like we need to separate.
White boys will still be stealing all of our music and style and
No, I mean, everybody's got style in America, man. Of course,
white boys can't dance. Is there any white boy on this stage that can dance?
Depends on the kind of dance.
Any dance, just rhythm, period.
They have rhythm, but if you're talking about, like, dancing to percussion in particular, as opposed to, like, just like a four beat per bar pattern or something like that. Yeah, I mean, black. They like look what they do in Africa. Like you always see them using percussion drums in every one of these little tribes is dancing to it.
Look at some of these old Soul Train videos.
Oh my God.
Back in the day, bro.
The 70s. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. When Tina Marie was performing when she first came up, you know how many like white girls and white boys was dancing? I'm telling you, just all depends. You just got to be in the right pot of seasoning, and it works out for everyone. I mean, come on. I mean, if we look at Europe, I mean, that they had big style with music. I mean, like ABBA, Queen, fucking, the Beatles, all that stuff, man. I mean, come on.
You can't say white people can't dance when Jean-Claude Van Damme had a cameo dancing in breaking.
Come on. I mean, that's John Travolta too, bro. I mean, come on. Are we going to forget Saturday Night Fever? I mean, come on.
No, I'm saying it was literally Van Damme in breaking.
I agree. I know the movie. I know it very well. You are right. You are 100% right about that, for sure.
So did you guys find out that you were cousin Jay?
Y'all gonna let him get away with this? He went from the Orange County jail straight up to Bel Air in a second. Like, this is fucking, like, you are so fucking whack. You're so fucking whack. You're so fucking whack. You're so fucking, come see me at Thea Lacey's, bitch. Come see me at Thea Lacey's, bitch.
Who are you? I wasn't even arguing with you. Who are you? What's your name? Nice to meet you. Stop being so extra. You're a female. Being a woman's
Yeah, they call me Big Adams. You don't want to fuck with me, bro. They call me Big Adams. Yeah. I'm playing with you, motherfucker.
Okay, so you West Boulevard?
Tell them stuff that's not in LA County that's in LA County. Be like, this is
are you from West Boulevard? Because you said you're from Adams. Are you from West Boulevard, like the set? Because you're talking to me like you're a gang member. That's why I'm asking the question.
It's not high. What is it called?
Okay.
High post. It's not about, listen, we don't need to be advancing anybody, okay? But the point is that when you have rhythm, there is a particular place inside of the brain and the soul and the spirit, okay, that allows you to connect deeply with earth and vibrations and rhythms.
Okay, so it's ancient wisdom. Is that what I'm talking about? Okay.
Would you say it's a spiritual thing?
Yes, it is. Right, because the earth gives rhythm and structure, and then just by everything that we see, right? All of the what is it called?
I think you're overcomplicating it. Like black people. If you look at the most intricate drum patterns, patterns. Like for example, if you listen to Latin American music, where there's a level of the fuck do you call it, syncopation that happens how they're I don't want to go on about it, but if you listen to Latin American music, that's pretty much African drum pattern influence. If you look at a lot of they just have. I think it could be that it's just it is even part of their DNA now. Is even for who knows.
I mean, that's why when you talk about that kind of music, that's why I love old Brazilian music from the 60s and 70s. I can't get enough of it. I have anthology and all that percussion that you're talking about. It did come from African customs for sure. The Portuguese went all over Africa. Took what they found.
Yeah.
For sure. But I like how she was trying to describe it, though, man. She was very artistic with it. I like that.
There's something deep about it. We do a lot of African drumming here, there's African drumming classes and stuff. And I don't know, if you can't get into that and you can't feel that, I don't trust you as a human. You're something else. You're maybe soulless or something.
No, I went to a drum circle you're talking about. They used to do stuff like that in Leimert Park a lot, here in Los Angeles. So I used to go to Leimert Park. They used to do a lot of that stuff. And I was sitting around. It's very nice. It's very peaceful. It's very nice.
It's very connected. There's so much deep, infinite wisdom in it, and the ability to connect and just actually flow with each other and vibration. It's a beautiful thing. It's also incredibly. There's ecstasy. You don't need drugs. You don't need to escape. It's just that is the escape, the connection. It's a beautiful thing.
I love music myself, so I agree with you. That was very eloquent. Very peaceful.
Thank you.
Brabby, in your bio, a lot is 2 words.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll make sure.
Fine. I am totally that spelling and grammar, please. I am, but
okay. I can write very well too, so.
I went to college and I make that mistake all the time.
Dude, I'm still learning. Autocorrect is making everybody a worse speller. I really think so.
Not me.
I find that autocorrect also misspells too.
It does.
Oftentimes.
Yeah, I find that a lot. At least with Android systems, it's horrible.
We're not bad spellers. The English were just elite.
No, I know they are.
People, we tried to make it hard for everyone.
Just remember your mother's a demon, babe.
Dude, I go to the so much. Get big and not get defined. That's pretty great.
And your mother's a big back, jawless, cocksucking animal.
I love moms.
Yeah, me too. I was gonna say those. Both of those.
Unless they're single moms, then they're fucking worthless whores.
Or you're shooting blanks.
Jesus.
Yeah, men don't make them the way that they used to be able to handle women and children and provide and not.
Then women became a bunch of stupid sluts.
I have a daughter, she's the most amazing, most beautiful person. and God made her for me. I know it. Tabe, how about you?
I'm not a single parent. I'm good.
Are you shooting blank?
I wish I was. Oh no, I'm not. Hold on, y'all.
Have you?
I'm getting tired of these protesters. I'm gonna pull over. I'm gonna ask them a question.
No, don't be careful.
No, I'm going to. Excuse me. Why y'all not out here protesting for black women? Excuse me, y'all should be protesting for black women. Black women, thank you. Y'all should be protesting for black women.
Get on. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was good. That was really nice. Hey, tell them, why weren't they pro when the LAPD were shooting black kids?
They're protesting for Gaza.
Why Gaza?
Damn, why can't they do both? Exactly. Gaza don't exist, but you have black women out here in America that have no representation.
Exactly. No, I agree with her. No, I have to. Sorry. She's right. What the left has done to black women in this country is a sin. It's a sin on sin on sin. It's disgusting.
Gaza doesn't exist. I mean, well, technically, maybe not anymore.
Well, it doesn't. Well, hopefully there can be a solution where they demilitarize Hamas and they let the Saudis come in and sponsor a Gulf cooperating government there in peace with Israel, because that's the only way it's going to happen for Palestine to have a real freedom.
I just want peace, like.
Amen.
Well, yeah,
Go ahead, man. What happened to Bob Marley? One love, peace.
You're right, Mr. Matt. Oh, you're 100% right. But unfortunately, the world has very hot blood right now, sir. I agree, though. I agree.
I think we need
How about you, Bob Marley?
We need more, just a little bit more marijuana given out to everybody. Let's all just relax a little bit. We'll get Trump to do something, Some gummies,
If Gavin Newsom becomes the president, the Democrats will force project, even though Newsom will go to war overseas, they will still project him as being the solution or the truth because it aids their feelings. What the Democrat Party believes in is a black tax. They want reparations for blacks in this country, and everyone else will have to pay it. And they are so skilled as women everywhere. They want as many gay people as possible. They are so delusional, so psychotic, so sociologically deranged, and so backwards that there is no way after Donald Trump, America ever slides back into that type of mold. That mold is mentally ill, destructive to the country, it's suicidal to the country, and in many ways, there will be a cultural or a real Civil War revolution. If men dress up as women in the Marines, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, there's going to be a catastrophe. There's going to be a cataclysm, because that type of behavior will be force projected onto the population. And we, in my opinion, I won't tolerate it. I'll never live in America. I'll leave the country if there's no resistance. But that type of mentally ill, deranged communication projection to the population, it's suicidal and it's retarded. Hello?
I hear you. What's that, Ben?
I said, don't let the dog eat you while you're leaving the country.
Well, let's hope he finds happiness and finds, a better America so he doesn't have to leave, How about that? Let's hope he can stay.
I think it's the big culture wars like this.
I'm just trying to call out the hypocrisy. The Democrats want to criticize international regime change. Our Democrat doesn't. But they're more concerned about propaganda. All illegal aliens are great. The Great Society. Oh, the Republicans. They love the illegal aliens. It's all a lie. It's all a lie.
If they cared, Alistair, if they cared about the Latinos, right, they wouldn't use them as voting slaves. That's what they do to them, right? You look at how many trillions of dollars that the elite left has in California, from technological, I'm talking about from Silicon Valley to even farm industry that they own, agriculture, just all types of technology, even fuel. They have That's why they bought up most of the elite properties in Hawaii to keep the property rates up, you know, and keep the property high. You know, they gentrify everything they touch. So at the same time, right, if they really were for the Latinos, if they really love the Latinos, my thing is since this has been happening since the 80s, the Democratic Party could have put together a private funded workforce kind of community out in rural areas and start training these people and then have them on paperwork where everything they make they take taxes from, and you have a system of work to citizenship. They let them in and say, oh, we're a sanctuary city, come, we'll give you healthcare, we'll give you this, but we just want you to vote for us. We're going to keep you broke enough to where you vote for us because we won't deport your parents. And it's the same psychological, traumatic kind of like sick political game they play over there. And then they lock them up by the thousands too, and millions, because they allow these Hispanics to come and they know you're not building some type of economical backbone or community for them to come in and assimilate to, so they're going to have to resort to crime. And then what do? They build a privatized prison industry off the backs of Latinos, which they did with the blacks until about the 90s, and then they added the Hispanics to it. So I mean, they create the high cost of living and the rat race for the everyday American trying to.
We have an internal fiscal conflict, an internal fiscal crisis.
Yeah.
Democrats are Marxist communist socialists. The way to expand the currency and to inflate it more, we're now paying $100 billion a month. $100 billion a month in interest, the top 10 recipients of our VIG. And it's only going to get bigger. And the Democrats want to expand it at an incredible rate. Donald Trump is the solution because he at least knows how to spend it, and he knows how to run a war at a good price.
How much of the debt today with Trump? Isn't it 27% of the debt? America's debt was all under Trump. Yet he knows how to spend America's money. You know, the problem is, it's this the big cultural wars that you guys always. That's why GOP is in support today. Like if you look at the last 29 elections, it swung in favor of the Democrats. The Hispanic that you guys were talking about, yeah, they tasted a little bit of the GOP, a little bit of Donald Trump. What are they doing now? Everyone is running from MAGA, running away from GOP, running back to where they have a state spin. Which side of the country? You know, I don't know.
I disagree.
Oh yeah,
I disagree.
That's why you guys. I disagree. I mean, tell me one election you flipped since Trump became president. Tell me one. And I can tell
Not many. Not many. But Trump is fighting for the petrodollar, and that is the most important thing here, along with the terrorists in Iran. So at the end of the day, securing our petrodollar, securing our allies in the GCC, and eventually having a peace kind of talk between the Gulf states and Israel for a greater peace along the Levant will boom this economy, something that you, don't worry, we'll take care of that national debt all right. If we get that economy booming, if we get that economy booming, we get peace. We get peace between Al Saud and Tel Aviv, and then we have a greater peace going throughout the Middle East. Not a fucked up Middle East behind Iran and their dirty politics with China and Russia playing the games like puppeteers. If we really have an assimilating ecosystem, we can do a lot, and that's what he's doing. He's protecting our petrodollar. Because at the end of the day, they invest in the U.S. economy. They trust the dollar because what? It's not backed up by gold anymore. What really backs up that dollar? The United States Armed Forces. We pull up, we bomb shit, take shit over. So fuck with our dollar, we're pulling up. So as long as we have that power, we will be on top and we will remain on top. I believe
why do I get this freaking music, you guys? Why do you guys play the music when I sing my own shit?
Well, what about the innocent victim in Austin? That piece of shit American, whoever the fuck he was, who was a sleeper cell for. The fact is there were no more sleeper cells, or they took them out. But there was a 24-hour period after Trump came up at 2:30 in the morning and said, we're going to war. Within 48 hours, there should have been sleeper cell attacks, but there weren't. Why weren't they? Why weren't there any real terror attacks in this country?
Excuse me, I have a question. So, I mean, this is the Trump house, and we've been belaboring this topic for quite some time now. when are we really going to have the conversation about the protection of black and white women? Okay, because I'm really tired of listening to the hijab crowd and everybody complaining about what's going on in the Middle East. Okay, when are we going to talk about black and white women here in America? Okay, because we gotta make it a topic. No, we need to.
We gotta make our local politicians. Queen, we gotta make our local politicians make that a part of their voting platform. We gotta start saying that. What about the women's rights? What about colored women? What about white women? What about American women? They have to call it real movement, man.
Right, but y'all have to understand. But listen, y'all have been focused on halal Holly, okay? Y'all need to be focused on black women. But y'all need to be focused on black women, okay? Thank you. So when you talk about who has built this country has been built on the back of black and white women, okay? Has nothing to do with any women in hijab or any of the women of the Middle Eastern ilk. So I'm trying to understand, why are we continuing to belabor this topic in the Trump house? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I'd rather talk about Christy Nolan's husband and his fake rubber breasts than listen to another 10 hours of y'all bitching and moaning about what's going on in the Middle East. Like, what is happening?
Man is an artist. He likes to role play, like you, Dr. Adam.
Well, we don't know that he likes to role play. He sounds like he was getting ready to transition.
He's just trying to figure it out.
He had fake rubber. Like, what's the story completely?
So
he had fake rubber titties, or what's going on?
All right, so check this out. So Christy Nolan's husband, while she was, serving as the Secretary of Homeland Security and deporting people, which she did a wonderful job deporting people. Her husband was at home.
Was banging on an airplane.
Her husband was at home, okay, at the same time as John Kitover. They may have been on the same website with the same fake rubber breasts, but he was wearing.
Don't touch me, Dr. Adams.
He was wearing fake rubber breasts, and he was on chat websites with transgender sex workers going by the name of Crystal, where he was asked sex workers to call him, are you guys ready for this? A trans bimbo slut. So apparently when he didn't pay one of the sex workers $25,000 fast enough, they ended up letting his business out. And that's how we know about him wearing those fake rubber breasts.
Well, wasn't she also allegedly having an affair with Corey Lewandowski as well?
Yeah.
Well, as she should. Have you not seen Corey Lewandowski as she should?
Banging them out. She's actually handling business. She's in the Puerto Rican, Mexican, Ecuadorian, every and there is. She Operation Wetback was a.
But you look at your husband wearing fake
Obama supposedly got more numbers. That's what they like to say, but I don't believe it. Alcatraz Island at this very moment is housing some of the most deadly, vicious, criminal, illegal alien intruders this country has ever experienced, and it's just beginning. And I think we should all pray to Donald Trump that he refocuses his eyes, his gaze, his one eye back into the country, into Chicago, into New York, into Miami, into Dallas, into Austin, into Seattle, redeploy and hire an additional 500,000 law enforcement to take out this alien invasion of over 20, 30 million illegally.
But why does Edmund need to go to the loony bin? I'm trying to understand what's wrong with Edmund. Why does he need to go to the loony bin, Pepe? Do I really have to answer that? Yes, you really do, because I'm trying to understand what is it about John Kitover and him doing what he's doing and needing to go to a loony bin. Hold on, I'm trying to defend you.
Do not speak. My name is Alistair Quinn.
Okay, so Alistair, why does Alistair go into a padded room for doing the same thing over and over again? Hold on, we're recording people. Hold on, recording people going into the rooms with the same shtick over and over again, insulting the same people over and over again. Why do you feel like he needs to be in a padded room and you don't?
Sure. So, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but you've seen pictures of like him with his 20, 30 phones, and he just spews nonsense all day and films.
I've seen those pictures, and I'm trying to understand why more white women are not in his back channels. I mean, first and foremost. But I've seen the pictures, but you're not answering answer my question.
I'm in the pictures business.
Why do you feel like he should be in
talking business? Get back to work.
Why do you feel like he should be in a padded room for doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, being loud, bombastic, and being entertaining to some, not to all, but to some? I'm not understanding exactly how is his behavior much different than yours.
Mine's different. Because people actually invite me on stages, and I can talk to them.
Well, people invited him on stage too. This isn't a just listening.
He had to most rooms. Come on.
Well, but wait a minute. You just said that you're different because people invited you on stage. People invited you on stage. You're on stage.
I can actually
people invited him on stage. He's on stage right here with you. So you don't think that you're trolling insults people?
I'm saying, but I can do it without trolling or insulting people.
So what part of his trolling right now is being insulting to anybody? He's not using slurs. He's not haranguing anybody. I mean, he's just
a TV special.
No, but I'm just trying to understand.
Emma, why don't you tell Adams about what you witnessed on his live feed?
Emma.
Wait, witness who on who? What live?
Fartgate, shitgate. Which gate? Jackoff gate.
Mr. Kitover, what he did on camera.
So, Mr. Crowley, stop doxing me, and everybody in this room should know that there is a warning before you come in here that you will be recorded in this room and put on many YouTube accounts that you didn't agree to, but that's just the rule.
Well, then you shouldn't be too upset to have your story told again, since it's recorded and for everybody to hear themselves. So, one day, Aleister Crowley, he was doing a live, and he was looking very fresh, a nice black collared shirt.
So you were watching him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to be clear. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I was watching him. He popped up in my news feed on TikTok, and I was like, oh, I know that face. So I proceeded to watch. So as I was watching, he this nice, and I mean like this black collared shirt, it wasn't like a washed collared shirt, it was one of those very fresh, like the deep dark black that it's,
T-shirt.
No, it was a nice collared shirt, and it was nice in a deep black. So either you do your laundry very well, you wash it a little bit, do the proper things, or it's a brand new shirt, which I would think it was a brand new shirt. And anyway, he proceeded to pick his nose with his right hand, and then he pulled a special something out, and then he wiped it on his left pec. And on the left pec of the black shirt,
I'm sorry, that is so fucking dirty, right?
You saw this big booger on his shirt. Now this shirt gets crazy. And so
that's just so nasty. That's so
You're a damn nerd to be calling anybody dirty. You're fat as hell. I can't imagine anything more dirty.
Because you're the one that wants.
But you're fat as hell. You're fat as hell. The skin between your thighs are darker than your face. You're fat as hell. What are you talking about? You are fat as hell. We know what you look like. We know what you look like. We can hear the sleep apnea in your voice, fat ass. We can hear the sleep apnea in your voice. Let this black woman finish speaking. Go ahead, Mima. Go ahead, Mima.
So I refer to everybody. If you could just see my PTR, I was able to grab the moment.
Yeah, I'm not looking at that.
I was able to grab the moment, and
They do winner.
That's a big winner. Holy shit.
And so then he wiped down his shirt. But this is where the story gets interesting. That booger was infused into the fabric of this nice black shirt because he...
So you must have really been staring at that man's bare chest, Bima.
I was. And wait, but first, Dr. Adams, can you look at my PTR? Because this is the moment that made me have to follow up, right? But this was the thing. He then
went on and he did other lives, and the booger was still there. Wait, it gets even worse. Then it was like the next day, and he had like a robe on, so now he's like putting robes on and off, and the booger was still there.
Oh, Bima, if you look at the picture, Bima.
I'm sorry, this thing is a dirty ass nigga. I'm so sorry.
No, the man was scratching his mustache.
Who raised you?
The man was scratching his mustache. I don't see a booger in that PTR. Now, see, Bima, now you're just making shit up. The man was clearly scratching his mustache, and you can see because his fingernail isn't properly in his nostril. Like, what the fuck is he? Have you ever had a booger just sitting up out of your nose like that?
No, it was.
And if it was straight,
you gotta remember.
Bima, the man was scratching his mustache.
I appreciate the attempt to protect.
The man was scratching his mustache. Could you imagine, Bima, what if you were scratching the side of your leg and somebody said you were scratching your pussy and you're not clean? How would that make you feel? Like, this is a wild accusation. Like, y'all need to stop. The man is weird, but to say that he's dirty based on that PTR, like, this is weird.
I appreciate the attempt to maybe sort of bond with John Kitover, but you gotta remember.
Listen, Bima, you gotta remember, I can't stand this. You understand? I can't stand this motherfucker.
You gotta remember that Adams.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. You are my chief counselor.
I'm showing you a photo, right? It was difficult because it's a video. And let me remind you that
you're showing a photo of a man scratching his mustache.
Right, because you can only capture one
What
thing
the fuck
at a
is
time.
going on?
But if you saw the fingers go in and insert and dig around inside the nose, this frame just happened to be.
Bima, if you were not watching the man and looking on the man's webcam, you said it yourself, Bima. You were still in the man's chest.
This is a cute. I approve.
I don't think it's cute at all. You are too grown, Bima. I don't think anything about this is cute. If you want to fuck the man, tell the man you want to fuck the man. But to be making up shit, you're talking about studying the man's chest, and you lying on him like this. Like, this is crazy.
You said that.
Bima, but you said that you had a PTR.
There's a video.
You said that you had a PTR. Okay, send me the video, Bima. Bima, send me the video.
It's a full video.
Kiddos, I'm sure you were shocked you found out she had a crush on you too. Because this is what it really sounds like. At the end of the day, this is what it sounds like.
And yet she made a pass at me and tried to, say she wanted to sleep with me.
Are you imagining him picking his nose?
And guess what she won't say? She said the mother raped him. And then they reported my room and they banned all my
this is why you get. This is Adams is the reason that you get misinformation. Adams is the he's the fake news, okay? So this is somebody who experienced the primary source, okay? I was there.
Oh, now the man victimized you. Now the man victimized you.
Case of sexual
criminals are innocent.
This is how that happens.
You side with criminals.
Alistair, hold on.
But alas, he wasn't there. Alas, he didn't see.
Bima, but you were watching the man. You were studying the man. You went out of your way to go and see the man's podcast.
The fact is that it was a fact.
Bima, you have no evidence. You have evidence that you've taken pictures of the man.
Did not see the
You're so bothered by this man that you went to his podcast and you're taking pictures of him. Like, what are you talking about?
No, you are a fake.
Bima, you are taking pictures of the man on his podcast. You watch his
You need to shut up because you're about to piss me off, okay? And I'm really going to have to get in on it. And I really don't want to have to get pull on mute. Right? You take them on mute.
I was literally tickling my nose, scratching it. I wasn't picking for a booger, and there was no booger. Show the booger, that's all just gossip. And hearsay, strike it from the record. I know I have prolific boogers, but this was not that thing. How dare you, Pete?
Alistair, you're doing your whitey tidies before on camera.
Why are you questioning this man about his underwear? What is going on?
On camera, that shit is not okay. Yeah, that's a little strange, Adams. Don't you think? No?
Where is shit state that? First of all, I don't care what
y'all monkeys under your clothing. Like, this is weird. This is weird.
Clean Hanes underpants. How dare you, that fool? Accuse me of shit-stained underpants because Jazzy likes to carry around pictures of me doing yoga. How dare you?
Well, you were
Gossip and slander.
So you sit down and look.
A man is entitled to scratch his nose when it tickles. There was no booger. I picked no booger. There was no carry-on clinger booger. You are full of shit, as usual.
I guess Boogergate is not getting him in the padded room like we tried to do, it looks like. What do you guys think?
Y'all the one that came up with this evidence. Y'all the ones that should be in the padded room. I'm sorry.
I saw the video. He was sitting on the toilet taking a shit, got up, came to the thing, and picked his nose and wiped it. There was no water.
So you were watching the man on the toilet, Beaver?
Is that the real
Beaver? Like, the more evidence y'all bring out, like, the worse y'all make yourselves look.
No, Beamer came out one day and was like, because he was being rude to her. She's like, oh yeah, well, I don't pick my nose and wipe it on my shirt on camera. And I was like, I can't press her. I'm like, what are you talking about? And so she sent me the link to the video and watched it and confirmed exactly what she said.
Holy fuck.
This is technically like the new candid camera. You guys could just call me Bob Saget. Like, I am the host of Clubhouse Hidden Camera. Welcome to my
You're more Dave Coulier.
So I'm looking, these 11 scientists, so they miraculously, some of them were shot dead in their homes or just disappeared with like everything left in their house, perfect, no packing, like purses, phones, everything, like they were just like sucked up into space by some beam of light. It's crazy.
I wish I could learn how to do that. Like I'm sick of having to go to truck stops and find fucking women that probably nobody are looking for anyways.
Hey, listen,
more convenient.
You're into lot lizards?
Oh yeah. This is gonna get dark.
But there's mine shafts all around the fucking country. There's maps for them. They're not gonna find them.
Wait, find the people, the scientists?
Is anybody here speculating the United States is going to invade Cuba and do a Day of Pigs, but we'll call it like the Day of Elephants? Yeah. Because I have a striking suspicion that we're about to topple the government of Cuba once and for all.
What do you guys think? Are we going for Cuba?
A lot of the Cubans so I hear these opinions from the Cubans, which is weird. So like a lot of the Cubans, obviously they're against communism and they hate the current I'm not sure you call them government. But they also, a very common claim though is that the best of Cuba is already left. And so what you're gonna get is like a huge, I guess it's, you don't really want them coming here, to say the least.
So what do you think we're gonna do, Pepe? Do you think
I think they'll be pretty easy to choke off, like financially. So
I don't think we're gonna do anything like militarily, right? Like there's no sense.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
America First is actually a socialist program because it is for we the people, but we don't want the clown world aspect of it. I just want to make that submission. Thank you.
Well, it's funny is because the people who are against America First are usually the Israel First crowd, which is kind of ironic. They want socialism for Israelis, only it's funded by Americans. Isn't that something?
Do you think that there will be a ground invasion of Iran at the end of the day? Because based on my experience and the things that I've seen, until U.S. boots are on the ground, it not real. And to make it real, that requires tens of thousands of men deploying to go conduct an operation.
But it's a highly unpopular war, and Trump's approval ratings have fucking absolutely tanked. I just don't see it happening. I mean, he could put a small number on the ground.
Up in the middle of the night by a Griffin and flying into Manhattan for justice. Probably didn't see that one, did you? The president of Syria is making a security deal with Israel. Boom, done. No more problems from security from Syria forever. But it looks like that guy's going to be destructive.
I love how Israel, our greatest ally, is making alliances with the basically the fucking ISIS leaders. That's who's running.
There's a difference between Al Qaeda and ISIS, Pepe.
Yeah, and what is the first thing they started doing once they got power? They started fucking killing Druze, Christians, and Alawites. Like, these people are fucking terrorists.
I'm the told them to do. Our glorious president has won so much already that I can't believe there's even more winning to do. I'm actually, in many ways, a little terrified that I've supported Donald Trump this long because everybody I meet, no matter where I'm at, seems to hate Donald Trump. But that makes me think, you know what? Maybe I was right all along.
How much do you think that the hate is justified, and how much do you think is just complete, unsupported, bandwagon appeal? Hate.
The all or nothing catch-all for people's complete lack of enlightenment. He's the opposite of people's non-enlightenment. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why the Jesus meme is so funny, because this is what I can't understand about people that hate him, especially in the psychedelic community. They fail to see the divinity that is within Donald Trump. And they fail to see
divinity. Oh God, you're stupid.
No, it's not stupid. It's philosophy. You're stupid. The thing is, there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And so even guys like the Pepe that hate the Jews and hate Israel, and hate Zionism, hate philosophy, they come on here and they just...
Zionism is fine as long as they keep America... As long as they keep America... Yeah, as long as they keep us fucking out of it.
If you like to be shocked, Pepe's your guy, because he will say the N-word, which is one of the most verboten words in America, as well as the F-word, as well as even the R-word. You can't say the R-word. That's so ridiculous. Anyways, I hope I'm articulating, because I want to get into the ejaculating. And what I'm trying to tell you is there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. If you have that refrain, even in your own personal life, it will resolve a lot of, memories that might be a little traumatic. Hello?
What was that big word you used, John, for Bolton?
It is verboten.
Can you spell that big word for me?
D-E-R-B-O-T-E-N.
Concrete, we'll use it 20 times next week.
Yeah, don't give me ideas. Fucking hold up. What's this guy up to? Let's let him talk. Hold on. Ah, shoot. Did someone move him? Yeah, I wanted to keep him up.
I did. He didn't look right.
People keep talking about the fact that I got no children, and all I want to say, Danny, Jewish Danny out here, very annoying girl. If her and I have a kid, we will create a Super Saiyan annoying person. This could be the Messiah we're looking for. If you've seen the movie Dune, you gotta understand genetic engineering and all this eugenics, it's real, meaning that the elite understand and practice genetic organization. All I'm trying to say is, if I'm the most annoying person in the world, and Danny is a close second, together we will create the most super annoying child you have ever heard in your lives. And we believe it will be just like Pepe. We think Pepe is actually
diabolical when it's used to describe like a plan or a plot. Generally, it's like a diabolical plan. In other words, like an evil plan.
Exactly.
Here the Zionists, blew up 3 skyscrapers on 9/11. And Michelle Silverstein was that would be diabolical, wouldn't it? Diabolical.
You know what Jewish lightning is? Shut up. So have you heard the term Jewish lightning? It's when you burn your own house down and say that it's struck by lightning, so you can get your insurance money. It's a Jewish thing you do.
Okay. All right. So I want to go back to what Bima asked about the hatred that people may have for one person. So I'm just going to run through a couple things, and you tell me what human being on planet Earth has been impeached twice, had a Russian collusion that did not turn out correctly, had 2 assassination attempts, had 34 counts against him in the New York court, and went there every day.
Who robbed off the porn star while his wife was giving birth?
Pepe, hold on. I would never interrupt you. Who decided to make $7 million on his mugshot? I don't know how many people in the world ever done that on his mugshot. And how many of us would even survive any of these things to go through the J6 committee that they tried to tear him down, and to come back and win every swing state, to swing the popular vote, and to beat not only Hillary Clinton, also Harris, the whole Democratic regime. Tell me one person that no, Biden doing it.
Well, Biden was part of that he lost. Biden lost it. He didn't run it out.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, correct, man. So, but if you look at all these things, why would anyone want to criticize someone who's had all this up against him and he still gets up every day because he loves his country? Just think about what the regime, the machine, has tried to put against one American. Because I don't look at Donald Trump as one American. He just happened to run for the office of presidency. But he's just another American. So, B-Mom, this is what I say to you. Disease is real. The Reign syndrome is real because people look more at someone else than themselves. And for me, the only person I'm responsible for is Edward. And Donald Trump's responsible for Donald Trump. But I am right now, at 62 years old, happy that he is the president of the United States with everything he's gone through. Because he's been through some stuff. And whatever the world tried to throw at him, I think he's proved that he can go. I live.
Thank you, Edward. Biva, what say you? If anything. You silenced the great Biva, Edward. She's speechless.
I definitely think that there's unwarranted hatred for Trump. I think a lot of it is blind. A lot of it's bandwagon appeal. But I have to be honest, I see that with every presidency that I've ever been alive to see and witness. Maybe more so with him. But I don't know if it's just because of the connectivity and the we can keep track and then spread information now versus yesteryear. So, I mean, I don't know, but I don't trust anybody who says any president is overall just been bad or good, right? It's just, you gotta remember that they're inheriting an entire issue, an entire system, and they're working off of what's already been in place to try to improve it. And I think that there are ultimately some good things in every president. Could be net positive or negative, I don't know. I wouldn't be the one to tell you that, but I don't ever trust anybody that says ultimately.
You want the federal government completely removed, right?
Kaput. I want it
deregulated. I want it like massively limited. Like if I can't get, post-conventional cognitive moral development, i.e. highest level of emotional maturity, I would say, can we do like a far libertarian sort of like, what is it called? Minarchism?
Do you want the president to not have as much power? To take us to war?
So you would bring power back to literally the states to start with, right? You want more than that, obviously, but that's where you want power to reside, right? Obviously, back in the hands of more the local government, of your local government.
So that's difficult too, because then when we say local government, we're saying there's going to be a level, but ultimately, I think there should be
like a start at least. I know you want more than that. You want to go way further. I get that, but
right.
I think you would take that in a heartbeat tomorrow morning. You would take that, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. It's in the federal government is to protect the local, well, not the local, but the states from over-regulating themselves, right? So we want to keep it deregulated, innovative, creativity, loving, forward-moving society.
What would America look like real quick? I know you want to jump in bigly on this one, but again, what would the government, or what would the United States look like if we were to do that thing? Like, do you think it would be the word, or would we be able to govern ourselves in a micro version of ourselves in that way? What do you think? Where would we go? What would it look like? How do you know?
Well, one thing, I don't think that we would be a superpower anymore. I think that that would, because of all the other potential competition for other currencies and everything that we'd be able to grow, I don't think we would have that power, but I do think that we would be extremely successful. I think that we could potentially be, I see like significant lower rates of homelessness and everything. If we could deregulate, allow people to make direct contracts, decide for themselves, get rid of all of the competition inhibitors, allow for, real true commerce. Free market, like that'll be massive, but you have to know that you're going to have to go with those ebbs and flows, right? Government tries to keep us up all the time, despite, some failure. We're going to have to take the failures as they come, but the failures are going to be just as great as the next
right? Edward's chomping at the bit. I think he's going to like this one. Go for it, Edward.
Yeah. So and I do agree with you. We actually have the only constitution that supports limited government, right? So if I say to you, I'm 62 and I've gotten to govern my own life locally. So, and I know that I live in the state of California, but I do everything to make sure that they do not infringe haven't. I don't think we have the subject. I think we're afraid to really hold ourselves accountable, and then our elected officials to, like people say, oh, three term limits. No, you just need to vote the people out every time. You know they're not doing their job. So I land there.
Edwards, good point. Bina, would you follow the Constitution at all in your world at all? That's a good question.
Yeah, that's actually my biggest claim. The Constitution is not legitimate in my view because it's only legitimate for the people who are there to sign it. That was their contract. They contracted and they had the opportunity to say, this is what we want for this society, right? New generations that gain the ability to participate in society, we don't get to opt in or out of what we decide, right, that is going to be beneficial or harmful to us. We've just inherited the system that somebody else signed off on us. And so ultimately, yeah, I think that there would just be a couple small, I mean, I love the Constitution, but I think that there should be some small caveats that would allow for more privatization, a lot more, significant more, a lot more competition, a lot more free market. And, because it's not that I don't like a lot of the things that the government is trying to do. It's just that was never intended for the government to do. That was intended for us to do. How they organize and get our tax dollars together to pass something. The reason they did that then, I believe truly, is because it was beneficial, because we didn't have the technology to connect and network the way that we do today. But we have that now. There's no excuse. We have an amazing ability to connect and network and to take control and to opt in and out with seconds. We spend 7 to 8 hours a day scrolling social media, our kids do anyway, and then God knows how much adults do. I mean, look at us right now. We could spend a couple, hours a week opting in and out to things that we want with direct control over. We have direct agency, right? More accountability. This voting in new representatives, I'll tell you what, that was what that's what made me lose my passion for the Constitution as it stands, because that's what originally was brought to me. They said, oh, you know what? You don't like the way that the laws are, BMO. Well, you got to make sure that you vote. Okay, all right. So make sure as soon as I could, I started to vote. Then I started to vote, and I'm like, listen, I'm voting, and these politicians still ain't doing shit. They're not doing what I need them to do. Oh, well, now that you're voting, you also have to campaign for the people that you want to get into, a vote, elected. You got to go out and campaign. You got to put that work in, get them elected. Okay, no problem. So I campaigned all the way to presidential. I was doing campaigns for a really long time, thinking but then what I saw, even after they got elected into office, they still weren't doing what they were doing, what they were supposed to do, or what we elected them to do. And so then I said, well, what now? And then society said, oh, well, you know what it is?
FEMA? George Bush? Who was it?
What do you mean? No, this is politicians. You're talking from your local all the way up to your town clerk, your congressman, your presidential. It definitely is presidential. Presidential's easy to criticize the president. There is no specific. It's every elected official. Do you know how many elected officials there are in the United States? Over 500,000. Okay, so this is the ultimate point.
500,000? Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And so ultimately, what we're doing is we're just giving our direct agency over to somebody else to make these decisions. And I think I like the organization. All I'm saying is we should have a little bit more ability to change it, to change the things that we could find more benefit to and live immediate instead of have to wait. And then sometimes it doesn't matter, because if you're in a stronghold, you're a Republican living in a Democratic stronghold, you're fucked. Oh, well, get to a better county. Get to a Republican county. Oh, well, look, there ain't no Republican counties in my state. Oh, well, go to a whole new state. Oh, and then you get to the whole new state, and then you're still there. It's no guarantee. There's no promise, right? And then you wait to change the laws, right? The one thing that I did like is some of the states in the United States have direct democracy measures, and some are indirect democracy states, right? And the direct democracy measures, I do like that, and I do dig that, as long as they are for deregulation or to protect people from government force versus to force people to do something else.
You got pulled over by a trans police
police officer and he took $10,000 out your car because he thought you were involved in a drug deal, would that give you the right to kill that man dressed as a woman robbing you? Hello?
Well, you said it.
I love the way you articulated your information.
And ejaculate.
So this is what I would share with you in contrast. You right now get life, liberty, and your pursuit of happiness. That's not given to you by any form of government. That's given to you by your Creator. I agree with you that our representatives do not do what they're supposed to do. I got that. That's because we don't have a country to where people.
That word is ascending.
Yeah, people don't stand on their principles. This is the hard part. Because listen, I have a company, right? And if I bring somebody in, I have to keep my word to them. If I'm going to run for any public office, I got to do everything to keep my word to the constituents. And really, it's not my word, because I'm supposed to be representing them, not everyone. So when my wife and I here in Orange County, California, go to our meetings, one thing we always say is that
Edward, you keep going in and out a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ian.
No.
Can you hear me now?
I got him good, Ann. Are you sure?
Yeah, I got him good too. It might be you, Ann.
Okay. Thank you.
So what I've learned and my wife learned, that if you don't show up at a lot of these places, B-Mom, I can tell you literally, the city we live in is 48,000 people, right? In Orange County, Cypress County. We probably get less than 1,000 people show up at our meetings. Okay? And out of that, there's probably literally 73% of our city are registered. They just registered. We get less than 17% of people, both in the every 2-year voting and also the presidential election. So it's really the people who run it know this, that there's not a lot of people that's going to participate. And I think that's what we're missing in DMOM, is that the people do not govern themselves enough so they can see all the foolery going on out here. There's a lot of foolery. And that's why I don't trust any. I don't care who it is. Listen, any elected official, I know they do not have my best interest in mind, nor my wife's best interest in mind. I already know that. So whatever they're saying, I take that with a grain of salt. Okay? So, Bima, I hear you, but I hold true to be self-evident that there's no person on planet Earth that has my interest in mind better than me. No mayor, no sheriff, no congressman or woman, not my governor, and not the United States of America. If Edward does not, him and his wife does not keep their own interest in their mind, there's nothing like that. Exactly, it's my responsibility. So, Bima, I hear you, but for me to actually really give my sovereignty or my agency to some other person, hoping they're going to do right, it's hard for me to believe that one. So, and I think that's what I'm really trying to do.
Yeah, I agree with you. Edward, I totally agree with you. See, and I think that you're right too. And I learned that also very early on. I've been an elections inspector for many, many years now. Oh my God, I'm getting so old. Almost 20 years.
Inspectors,
you know what an elections inspector does, right? I was an elections inspector back when we were still pulling actual canvases with the little click machines. I don't know, the older generations will remember those little Yeah. And so, my point is I was shocked back then when I would pull canvas for a city of 60 to 70,000 people with only 1,000 people showing up to vote, and you're in a local election. That's insane to me. And I'm like, that's just crazy, okay? That's insane. So, yes, and I see that too. But that's the cool thing, because I think most people just want to get along, right? We don't want to have to, we want to be, people don't want, we just don't have the bandwidth to put all of this extra energy into managing whatever we're going to do. But this is the thing, for some of us that do care about the little things that we didn't disagree with were stopped and were prevented.
Where are you on accounting? Because at, $100 billion a month and $40 trillion in debt, where do you stand on accounting, Bima?
Well, I mean,
your philosophy is brilliant, but are you an accountant?
Carry on, Bima.
I forgot what I was saying. He's so annoying.
I admitted that I'm one of the most annoying people in the world, but again, I do understand accounting and finance, and when you go to usdebtclock.org and you look at the financial picture, oh my fucking God, but the fact is we have a $60 trillion a year GDP, but so does India, so does China. We're in the top 3. I don't know if anybody's complaining or upset. Thank God you live in America. Just praise God now.
This is so random, and I don't know why I just thought of it. But what happens if people just what if we all just decided not to vote? Does anybody know what happens?
The person with the most votes, dumbass.
It only takes one person to vote. I get that, but it's somehow magically.
How much weed are you smoking?
I know. I'm really high right now, so I'm just trying to figure it out. What is going on? What would happen? Does anybody know? I'm being sincere.
I know, but I think we need to get more people to participate in their own republic. I think that this is where I think we miss a lot. And right now we're paying for it. We're paying for the neglect of what we could have.
Taxes, state boards, or state board of elections.
So one thing that Bima said earlier, she said about, the taxes and all these things. Guys, 1913 is when they actually instituted the tax rate, okay? Where we get taxed as Americans. Just think about that, 1913. We're only 250 years old as a country. But how did America survive before 1913? Think about it. We did it all through tariffs, export, import, and we still survived. And I don't think that today that a lot of Americans really understand that the government has nothing to really offer us. I mean, really, there's no real benefit. If I made an investment, Bima, in anything, I should get a return on it. And right now, if I have a representative say they're representing me, and we give them our tax dollars, how do I know that I get it back in return? Now, in Orange County, I can tell you that a lot of the tax dollars do go to our schools. We have great schools. I also know that we have great roads out here. Our trees, everything are taken care of. Because we do have people in our city that we know personally, my wife and I, that are there because they care about the city of Cypress. Okay? They care about our parks and recreation. They want to make sure that the sidewalks are balanced, everything. This, to me, is people who live in the same community versus people just going for power. Beaver, you know this. I go around some of these people, they're just there for power. They don't care about nothing else. They just want to have a ladder, make as much money, need as many networking people as they can, and get as many free meals to go on golf courses. That's all. So for me, it's really hard because the average American today, and correct me if I'm wrong, everyone, the average American today is uninformed about how it's supposed to really work.
Yeah, I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. Especially with, I definitely agree. I worry though. Is it a worry? Because over the years, especially in the 20th century, we built such massive piles of legislation. We taught, trained, and indoctrinated the growing generations to think that government's supposed to solve the problem. And they forget that government's only supposed to protect us so we can solve the problems. And it's so interesting when we look at the left and the right. The left and the right have such positives and such cons. And I'm always forced to just side with the political right, even though I know that there are things that need to be done that the political left are saying, just because I know that it's not the government's job, And I wish that we just had a better opportunity to do that, or to teach people that it is up to us to build these solutions and to resolve this ourselves. But at the same time, we need legislation out of the way so we have the ability to do that. That's why I liked one thing Trump has made me very proud about is I always mention this, it's his promise to eliminate 10 pieces of legislation for every one he passed. That was the promise he made to himself. In January, he said economic forum, and I'm not sure if he mentioned it again during the State of the Union, but I think he said it both times where he said, I'm averaging, over 125 pieces of legislation that I'm removing, right? And this is the thing. A lot of Democrats are frustrated because they see how so much funding is being pulled from so many aspects of society. And that's the way it's supposed to be. It's not to say, right, Democrats process it as, oh, you don't care. You don't care about education. You don't care about health care. You don't care about medicine. The thing is no, we care about it. But we care about it so much that we know the right thing to do is to let us solve it. Because we're going to come up with the better solutions versus a bunch of pencil neck bureaucrats that, get together, they slap one thing together and think that that's the one way that we can solve a problem with the infinite number of ways that this world power with all these amazing people, everybody that's listening to this right now, absolutely brilliant minds, right, that we can't come up with better solutions, right, even if it's a year later, even if it's passed, and then if it's a year later, right, we have to be able to continue to improve all of our processes. So we have to deregulate.
Yeah, Bima, you gave him a bigger neck than I would have. You said pistol neck. I don't think they have a neck.
I saw that from Michael.
Yeah, I know, but it's pretty crazy because these people have literally, what are they actually doing? They're just pushing paper in this legislation that they keep passing, like you said. Most people don't even know it. They don't even understand it. We got so many legislators that the average American cannot even understand. Listen, there's 81,000 pages to the U.S. tax code. 81,000. Why? It's just crazy. That's what I mean by you get people who really have zero value trying to explain to people how each state should operate, but not how only each state, because this is my understanding. I'm going to land on this, guy. We have 350 independent Americans. We have 50 independent states. And we have 435 people in the House and 100 in the Senate. I do not know why they don't leave us alone. Just leave us alone. Period. Let us decide, because I personally believe that we can, my wife and I, we can invest our money better. We can take care of ourselves better. Just leave us alone, because I've learned already that no form of government could spend our money better than we can as the American people. And I really believe that if we didn't have all this stuff over our head, we would do so much better.
The Libertarian Party is trying to liberate America. It's in the name. Join the Libertarian.
Would you ever do that, Edward? I can't go that far. I'm a Republican. To the Republic for which we stand, I still believe I'm personally responsible for the outcome of my life.
This is about a Republican form of government, which you think is the optimal form of government. Please enlighten us, Dr. Edward.
What truth do I hold self-evident, right? I don't think a lot of people hold their truth to be self-evident. That my life, my liberty, and my pursuit of whatever I want to pursue is up to Edward. I say this a lot, guys. Am I willing to work for the outcome I seek in life? Whatever it is, am I willing to work in? Am I willing to do? I tell my children all the time, you got to decide, are you willing to work for the outcome that you seek? And I personally believe today that a lot of Americans have excuses that they want to go to some central area to see if they can help. And that's just crazy. Okay, I'm sorry. There's no one. My dad used to say this all the time. Okay, my dad was born in 1919. My grandpa was born late 1800. And they both said all this. Life comes out of a parachute. The person's going to be your biggest problem every day is the one you see in the mirror.
Yeah, you're so amazing to have around, Edward. Just listening to you, it's so, I don't know if you understand the depth depth of the influence that you have. But I have to say, every time I hear you speak, it really inspires me, even when I'm feeling like hopeless and sad, and you know how we could cycle about our thoughts. It's such a good, a good refreshing. I don't know how to explain
It's
it.
very wholesome.
Yes, I do. And it makes me feel good. It makes me feel like, you know what? There is a lot of problems, but I'm gonna get up tomorrow and I'm gonna do stuff because I still have the ability, the capacity, and we have so much opportunity. Yeah. Thank you, Edward, for always, constantly just awesome positivity and really uplifting and encouraging.
It's a philosophy, really. It's neuro-linguistic programming.
John.
My wife says this all the time, Steve. We were fortunate to be born in America to where we had the opportunity to do what we did. The opportunity that someone, before we ever got here, you can pursue your own happiness, your life and your liberty comes from God. You have a right to protect your family. I'm going to use what I know that's been written way before I got here. I'm 62. This country was in July 4th be 250 years old. The long-standing Constitution. Okay? The Constitution was never built for an individual. It was built for the people. And I personally believe that a lot of people miss out on the Supreme Law of the land because that's why some people say, you guys focus on Donald Trump or Barack Obama or Joe Biden or whoever the president is. That's not even the issue, guys. You are the president of your life. It is so sad. And I deal with this a lot with ethnically black people because they want to always name all the people. Nelson Mandela, Malcolm X, Dr. King. Like my dad used to tell me all the time. Didn't Dr. King say, I have a dream? I use the personal pronoun. And my dad used to tell me, that's not my dream. That's his dream. I have my own wife, I have my own kids, I have my own house. That's my dream. So I learned that from my father. So I'm going to take what my father, my grandfather told me. You are responsible for your own life. You never let anybody tell you there's no person thinking about you every day. And my dad used to say this, and I land on this. You think some white guy is sitting around in their house thinking about you every day? You have mental issues. My dad said I would have mental issues because no white guy is sitting around thinking about me. If they are, my father said, you both got mental issues. But I'm not focused on that. I'm 62.
I think about how I can bring about the demise of the black people of the earth on a daily basis.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
What's their song, don't they?
No, because it's okay.
Edward, did you read what Clarence Thomas said just this week in Austin, Texas about the Constitution? He touches on some of the points you're making.
I saw, but I haven't got to read it yet, Jim. But I will look it up because it did come to my feed because I love what he writes, because obviously, again, he's one of the longest sitting Supreme Court people, but yet he is really, for me, an individual who loves the document. And he tries his hard. Go ahead.
He completely subscribes in the legislative speak what you just described about, those of us who choose to be left alone by our government and pursue the core tenets of the Constitution. We require people like him to basically put it in the context of how the political entities in the country threaten those, rights that were extended to us by the Constitution, right? So, and what I find nice about this, because I don't know how his comments could have been more perfectly timed than like right now. He went to Austin, Texas, which is the liberal capital of Texas, and at the university, which is the only liberal university in Texas, and had enough gut. And he was not booed. No one threw anything at him. There were no protests. And he was in a rare situation where he was able to articulate that without distraction or disruption. You should read it. It's a pretty. He had a speech, and then they had a question and answer period where he was asked, and he reinforced his points in his lecture, which I think you'll find resonate with what you just told everybody here. 3 generations could erode that to the point where when we were younger, you just needed a reminder once in a while to remember what America stood for. Now it's constantly under attack. We've had 2 generations of indoctrination at our higher education institutions, and I'm beginning, you know what I'm saying? So it is the sort of discussion of the day, and that's why I keep telling you to go ahead and read it, because I hope there's very few voices that could be as articulate as his. You know, he spoke. This speech reminded me, Edward, I don't know if you still read, but if you want to really read something boring that will matter for the rest of your life, go ahead and read it. Abraham Lincoln's Diaries. It teaches you how to think and speak succinctly. And when I listened to Thomas talk, he reminded me of how Abraham Lincoln told people to, you've heard the Gettysburg Address. That's just a few hundred words, and there's been very few messages ever better communicated than that. And that's what he sounded like. That's what what's his face sounded like today. So I'm just going to say, for the last time I'll get lost, I'll go drink some beer or something. But the deal is, if you get a chance, go ahead and listen to Thomas. It's pretty.
Can you drop that Jebediah in the chat?
Say again? Everybody should put the link in the chat. Good. But the most important thing I want to say, and Matt, this is the part of your house that I like, is when we can actually hear each other and actually really come up with some good content of what it really means to be free and to be an American. You see, freedom is responsibility itself. And that's the hardest thing for all of us to think about. And we talk about government as if though they have some magic wand. They do not. It's very unfortunate stuff, because someone thought that, hey, this is a good deal. Like we always say, who would have ever thought that the people that's most affected by law would think that people want someone to defund the police? Now, the people that's already having the most difficult, right? Because it's great. Then all of a sudden you're going to say, we're going to send social workers into the community when people are getting murdered and assaulted at the highest clip. Does anybody think that any of this stuff does not make sense? A lot of stuff sounds great on paper, but you still need people to be responsible to whatever they're doing. And the 2 words I do not hear often on Clubhouse is responsibility and accountability of oneself.
I think that might be asking too much, Edward.
I always, I love everything I have to say. I'm going to push back a little bit, just get a little bit of flair for a second. The defunding the police situation. So I'm very passionate about police and how we perceive them in the United States. I think a lot of see them as the people who are like, oh, how defund police? We have crimes. We need people, a nice organization to combat and keep track of holding criminals accountable. We need this. I don't think that that's what defund the police is saying. Defund the police isn't about that. It's about all of the other things that come with the institution of law enforcement that are negatively affecting a cycle that are causing, it's just creating an endless cycle of criminality and circumstance, and then because of where you are, and because of the beats, because of the over policing, because of the lack of whatever there might be in a particular area, it's just immediately like you just want to reject. Like, yeah, what do you mean? You're telling me that that just people are going to run amok and create crimes, and nobody's going to be there to hold that? That's what you want. You want chaos. You want anarchy. No, that's not what we want. We want defensive security. We want people to be there to hold people accountable for their crimes. Okay, but what that requires is if you are not committing a crime that involves a person's property, then you can't have isn't a violent crime to begin with. Do you see what I'm saying? Like that's a problem. It's a contradiction, not even a hypocrisy. I don't know what we would call that, but it's not proportionate. It doesn't make sense. So we see how other countries, and I understand we have a large population, and I get that. And also there are different communities that are going to require different levels, right, of this because of whatever is happening at the time. But I think that we really need to start to transition out of everything being violent back for us. We need to look into rehabilitation and restitution. What is it called? Restoration. A different type of jail system, because the recidivism rates. This doesn't make sense. This isn't helping anybody, and we're not helping. I mean, like, I just think that's crazy. So yeah, let's not defund the police entirely. We might be able to get there. There's a town that's next to me that has no police. In the town, 0, no police department. They only have a sheriff. And that's just been the case forever. And you could imagine how do they solve crimes? You think they don't have crimes? Yeah, of course they have crimes. They have of course they do. But they have maybe it's no, just have
what Dr. Edward was saying about personal responsibility. We don't use our rights. We've got a Second Amendment right, but we've got a debt problem. How do we solve it? We arm ourselves, obviously. Hello?
So you think with the debt problem, arm ourselves, and then what do we do with the army?
Just for a budget. Hello?
John, what do we do with the army? Explain what we do with the army.
The numbers and finances just occurred in the interview an hour ago when we're talking about math. Some of you think that math isn't real, that $100 billion a month in VIG on a $40 trillion mortgage isn't real. Those are your taxes you're gonna have to pay back, everybody. Everybody owes $400,000 to the government. You just don't know it yet. Hello?
So there's a couple things that I think that when we say, and I want somebody to look this up, we have 350 million Americans. Can anyone tell me how many law enforcement that we have in the United States, including all federal law, federal FBI, everybody?
A couple million?
No, not even a couple million.
I think it's less than a million.
170,000?
Yeah, there you go. See, so look at the number. Guys, look at, we have 350 million Americans, and we have less than a million law enforcement. Okay, guys, most of America are governing themselves. How about defund the criminal? How about people talk about the people that are actually assaulting all the people and breaking in there and doing really bad stuff? Okay?
Program. See, when someone murders,
yeah, but you're asking the government to fix the problem for the people.
It's okay. Listen, I got it. So all I'm saying to you guys is this. I'm 62. I've never been arrested. I've never got involved with the police in the sense of, have I been pulled over?
That's because you're a square.
Thank you, Pepe. You're correct. I'm a square. And the reason why because I'm choosing not, Pepe, to be reckless in life. Because I've learned from my father, again, the word reckless ends with 2 words. Whatever I wreck, I will have less of it. So one thing I'm not going to do is participate in criminal behavior. That's a choice that Edward gets to make and everyone else gets to make. So, and we all know this. You correct me if I'm wrong. If you're driving down the street and you happen to see a black and white, what happens to all of us? What happens to all of us?
If you see a what?
The ballers flew at some point. You used maple syrup. Come on, Edward. You cut some corners at the mortuary.
We know it. Stop. Okay. What we all do is we slow down. We all know that. Okay. So the bottom line is, most police officers, and again, look up the number. How many people who serve as a police officer, a sheriff, an FBI Secret Service in their whole career, 45, 40 years, 35 years, never use their firearm? Never.
Majority of them.
And I think that's really good. See, and this is the thing. We think that it has to be.
Pull out by accident, shoot somebody by accident.
Don't you have somewhere to be? This is what I love about our country, because Edward, you're right. And we're And we are really good people. We're generally really good people. And what I'm saying is the level of law enforcement that we have now, it's not that it even has to be lower. It just has to be different, because even if it's just 1 million, there are still so many circumstances in many different areas across the United States. Let's say that even if there were just, I don't know, I mean, you could just say half the union, or we could say even a quarter. We could say, I don't know, like 15 states, right?
This is 1865.
Okay, if we have issues with police that can be improved, we should want to improve them. I've seen for myself how law enforcement, the insane,
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
How are you going to change a whole culture?
Shut up! It's state to state and culture to culture, like particularly with what type of area, what type of city, whatever type of scape, you know what I'm saying, right? Environment. You might need more, you might need less, whatever. But in some areas, there are a lot more problems that they don't need to exist. And
I think so. I disagree with what you're saying entirely. We're one of the only. In fact, I think we might be the only, like, what I would consider highly advanced economies in the world. An economy like ours that allows people something like the Second Amendment. It is unheard of in other countries that are similar to ours. Guns are everywhere. In fact, it's so guns are so prevalent that it's not hard for the bad guys to get a hold of a gun. Now, our police have to deal with something that the police in Britain in France and the Netherlands have to deal with on a much less frequency than ours do. And it is also true that, and you have to understand, that changes the game of policing. It's now police officers have to assume everybody's armed, because it's not hard for people to get a gun. And if you're a criminal, you're probably there's a good chance you'll have one.
It's true.
And it is also true that if you look at a map of any given city, sometimes the cities by and large, or towns even, can be a hot spot in and of themselves. But you are going to get police that live in or that are working in a city that has a huge violent crime problem. And the reason I'm bringing up violent crime is because violent criminals are the ones that will tend to shoot at the police, point a gun at the police, that kind of stuff. You're kind of asking for like a perfect system where you cannot have perfection. Without firearms, fine, nobody's allowed to own firearms. The cops can't own them. People can't own them. There's a complete abolition of firearms. Something tells me that there's still going to be, abuses that will take place, miscalculations. I don't see it. There's no such thing as a perfect police officer.
It's true, Pepe.
They all have to make snap.
Do you want to jump in? Yes.
I was basically what that was about. Look, the whole defund the police. Most people, especially black people, we're not yelling defund the police. I got homies who are police officers. One of them went to school with me, and they never done any type of activity to where
you're a sucker if you're not corrupt. But today, that's like you hear about these examples, and I think you'll always continue to hear about examples because people are corruptible. But you do see people getting caught. And I would say like those police body cams have been obviously a game changer. It makes it very hard for police to just, it's hard for them to be secretive or lie about an encounter.
Yeah. Chris, did you want to keep going? Or
that's
appreciate it. Jennifer, you wanted to jump in? Hello.
I don't really necessarily have anything to say about police, but I wanted to say in the aspect of like contradiction as far as like human beings, like I work with children and I have since the 80s. I've worked with children since probably 85, and I've noticed recently that children nowadays are very contradictory, and they're also, I don't know, they don't have a filter. They say things and do things that, you know, I don't know what the age is in this group, but I'm 50 and they say and do things that I would never say and do as a child or a teenager.
Yeah, but you're like a granny. Like my grandparents would have to walk barefoot and shit to school. Or...
No, I wouldn't say that. But yeah, I don't know. Like kids don't really have a filter these days, and they don't have a concept of what's right and wrong. And I don't know. So it's like it's challenging when it comes to younger adults and kids, and I don't know. So anyway, I just want to share that.
I was just trolling.
But yeah, I guess I'm a granny, Peppy.
I was trolling you. I'm sorry.
No, I know I'm not a granny, but thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Jennifer.
I have a 9-year-old, so I'm definitely not a granny.
Did you have birth at 42?
Oh, you got that smile.
No, I'm curious.
I birthed my daughter when I was 40. Yeah, I have a 9-year-old. She's about to be 10 in June.
And was that your first or first?
My one and only. Yeah. I mean,
it's actually pretty good. Like,
I got pregnant before her, but I unfortunately miscarried, and I wanted to have more after her, but unfortunately my marriage didn't work out. So.
I'm sorry.
Thank
you.
No,
Jennifer, for first time birth, generally, like I've heard that women can get pregnant after 40, but it's like statistical likelihood if you've already given birth is a much higher. But go like having your first child at 40 is like a it's
uncommon. I think at this point I probably could have another because my menstruation is. I mean, not to share too much of my business, but yeah, I probably could have another. I just don't have a partner right now, unfortunately.
Oh, where do you live?
Anyway, but my point was that I work with kids, and I've noticed that like my high schoolers are, I don't know, they're just very.
They off the dead chain. You can say it.
Yeah. They cuss in front of their elders, and their teachers and their leaders and the directors, and like it's nothing, like it's no business. Where when I was a kid, like I don't know, I had boundaries in front of my leaders, So anyway.
I wasn't one of those kids, so I mean, I'm like wondering, wow, are there like more kids like me now? Crazy.
Like when you say that, were you like a rebel or just
I was always a troublemaker, and so like I went to a Catholic school. I was since I was at literally kindergarten, I was just like one of the troublemakers and class clown, and saying bad things was funny to me, and
But let me ask you, Pepe, like were you ever, as a high schooler, were you ever put in a leadership position where you had to act differently? Okay.
No.
So that's my thing. Like I have high schoolers that I've trained to be in leadership positions, and they're still acting like they're not in leadership positions.
That would have been me. So, I would have said, "Hey guys, you do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care."
Yeah.
That would have been me.
Yeah, but I'm sure you still came out successful, just like my sister. Like my sister was a troubled child, and and she still turned out successful.
Well, I don't get in trouble anymore, really. I mean, I say naughty things on the internet, but I don't know.
Sorry, I didn't mean to change the subject, I guess.
We have no subject here, really.
But I have heard, so there was an interesting study that came out of Britain, and they focused on only the children born to native Brits, which is kind of, there's many reasons why they would want to select, they didn't want to select, look at the people that were being born to foreigners because it could cause a lot of statistical noise. But they looked at the children born to native-born Brits, and what they've been seeing is like with the polygenic scoring, where they can see the different traits. Like, do they have the genes that show that they're going to have a higher likelihood to not do well academically, to have substance abuse issues, to have run-ins with the law, ADHD, all of that stuff. It's spiked up quite a bit, and of course they can only hypothesize on why that might be, and part of it is that it's the people that were, the people that tend to be more successful, and they graduate college, they have a career, whatever. It's expensive living in the city in a place like the UK. They tend not to have many kids, if any. And then on the flip side, what you have are a lot of the more impulsive people that have they don't plan on it, or they make a very poor judgment in having kids when they're not really in the position to do so. And I do think that there's perhaps like when you have like strong selection, where generally like you basically a population will breed for certain traits to make, where people are smarter, more healthy, all of that stuff. We kind of have like a dysgenic filter that we've had, where it's just like the underclass of people with issues are more likely to have kids, not the responsible people, because they're expensive, and responsible people are very worried about how can I take care of them. And it's like you, for example, I don't know your history, but it sounds like you were waiting until everything was aligned to where you felt you could appropriately take care of a child and you were in a stable relationship.
Yeah.
There's a good chunk of the population that does not think like you.
Yeah. I mean, I was always very as a very young child, I knew exactly what I wanted to be when I grew up. And I grew up wanting to be a professional dancer and choreographer and director and producer. And so I pursued that. And I also saw my parents struggle financially. So I knew that I needed to get financially stable before I decided to do that. But honestly, in hindsight, I wish I would have started a little sooner, because I did end up getting pregnant, and then I miscarried, and then by the time I had my daughter, which happened very quickly, I was 40 years old by the time I had her, and I really wish I would have maybe done that in my mid-30s, but hindsight, it is what it is.
I did have a boss, he had like a master's, I think, he didn't work in that field, but he was like 34, I was 28, and he's Mormon. And I remember him like asking me, and this is, I never thought about any of this shit in my 20s. And he's like, "Do you have kids?" And I was like, "Do I look like white?" I was thinking, this is literally where my mind went. I was like, "Do I look like white trash to you? Like, why would I have fucking kids?"
Yeah.
And I didn't. Of course, I never said that to him. And I remember like one point we're talking about kids, and he said, so he's talking about relationships and when to get married. And I actually, like, looking back on it, I kind of believe him. He thinks one of the biggest errors people make is they wait to like get married once they think they're quote unquote ready, where they're, financially, or when it comes to work, they're where they need to be. And that's not necessary for a marriage. Like, okay, you guys can get married and you guys can like not be doing well financially in your 20s.
Yeah.
And he was saying how like like when you guys grow together, like from an early age, that bond in and of itself is kind of important as you grow together. Whereas like as you get older, it gets really hard to get that. And I absolutely agree, because I'm somebody in my 40s who, I was never married, but I don't think I could form like a bond with a woman like I would have been able to in my 20s personally. I think people like at my age, men and women, are kind of stubborn and set in their ways, and I'll just say this, for the Mormons, they're like one group of people that I'm not co-signing their religion at all, but they do tend to get married at a young age, have kids at a young age, and yet shit seems to work out pretty well for them.
Yes, and I think it's also important to find a partner that's on the same page as you. Like, I personally wanted to have children a little bit sooner, but my partner didn't want to, and eventually we got pregnant, and I unfortunately miscarried, and then shortly thereafter we got pregnant with the daughter that we have now, and unfortunately our marriage didn't work out. But I think it's also important to like make sure, with your partner, that you guys are on the same page.
No, I agree, and that's where Mormons are different, because like they're gonna meet young and be on the same page, often young, and they'll have encouragement from their community. And so a lot of people don't know this. I've never been to a Mormon church, or I think they call them.
Are you Mormon?
No. I did work for a company that was largely Mormon, a very large company, where a lot of the leadership was Mormon. Lots of Mormons. Been around lots of Mormons. They call them, I forget what they call them. They don't call them churches. They call them something else. But then, wards. They call them wards. So I think it's up until like maybe the age 30, 35. So they have different wards, and that's where you go every Sunday. And they have the ward for the people that are married or over 35 or 30. I forget which the age was. They make everybody else that's single goes to a different ward. And which to me is it's kind of it's interesting, because they're obviously, in a way, it's almost like they're trying to, I don't know if they're trying to send different messaging, or they're trying to make it so that it's an environment that fosters marriage, amongst the single parishioners. It's kind of odd, but they do well, but I don't want to, there's obviously, they have their fucking issues too. I mean, working around them, you would be amazed by for the Northeast region in this company, he led one of the departments for the whole Northeast region. Good looking guy. Obviously did very well financially. He was well known. It was an open secret that he was a hound. He would take any opportunity he could get to sleep with women other than his wife.
Yeah, that's gross.
And of course, he got caught. So there was a complaint, and he was using company email and the instant messenger is a company instant messenger to like talk to a manager about like what to do with this employee. And he's basically like, well, no, take it easy on her, because he's paying her. And he got fired for that. And of course, his wife found out.
And this is in the Mormon religion or the Amish religion?
Mormon.
Okay.
So some of them are cheaters too. I mean, they have their, they're not perfect. No group of people is perfect.
Yeah. I don't know. I've been single for 3 years, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how many people in this room are single, but
I am.
And I don't know what the age is in this room, but The struggle is real, especially if you're a single mom. It seems like I'm taboo, you know?
I mean,
and I feel like I have my shit together. Like, I have a successful business. I'm a good mom. Like,
it's not that. So you have to look at it, okay, so through the lens of, like...
But I'm also 50, so I don't know, you know?
Well, okay, so somebody who's in their mid-40s, like, it's not... I don't look at... Okay, you can be way out of my league. Like, I don't know, not that I would ever want to date her, but like Kim Kardashian, she's not gonna look at me. She's a single fucking mom, though.
Yeah.
It's not about, like, you're less than or something like that. But, okay, for somebody like me that does not have children, dating a single mother there's a bunch of reasons besides the label. So, let's say you have split custody. Oh, I have time free all the time. But I can only see you every other week. That fucking sucks.
Yeah.
There's like that kind of shit. And then you're very limited. You said your daughter, I believe, is like 9. I mean, there's obviously, she's at an age where she's not like a 16-year-old, for example.
Right. And I don't have split custody. Like, I have my daughter 24/7. Plus, I manage a business, so my time is very limited. So, yeah, I get it. I just feel like my time is not right.
That's why. And it's not because... So, like, if you didn't have a child, like, you could spend a lot more free time.
Right.
And I would not... And then, of course, it's just like, I've never had this experience because I've never really dated single mothers. It's just like, okay, then... I would meet your kid, I'm guessing, if it got serious enough at one point, and then I obviously have to act like a role model. And see, a mother's number one responsibility has to be to her child.
Yes.
And so, you'd have to, she would obviously pick me, but she thinks I'd be a responsible person, that would be a good role model. And then it's just like I have to take on this, like, not to say that like I'd be a father, but I'd have to be like a father figure. It would just be weird.
I didn't realize.
Well, you would just take on a position of male maturity.
Like I'm a teacher.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I know the whole conversation is political, Matt, and that was turned into relationships, so I'm sorry.
Actually, I need to do a room a little different than what we usually do, and something around politics and dating and all that. That'd be kind of interesting to do. But I didn't realize that it was such this problematic entry points for single mothers to meet somebody. I didn't know that as much as I do now.
But not necessarily.
But you mentioned stuff that I didn't even think about. That's why I was wondering. I'm like, is it really this hard? Like, go ahead. What were you saying?
That's only for men without kids. The thing is, though, is that for a woman to be a mother, you have to have, obviously, there's a father. Somebody who's a father, and usually there's not a single father. It's usually a father with split custody or the mother has custody. Mm-hmm. And less commonly, just the father. My dad had just custody of us.
Right. I didn't even know. I didn't even think about that part of things. I didn't even know about that. But
yeah, but it works. It can work. Mm-hmm. I think, but I think where the disconnect comes is if you're a dad that has split custody of your children, and you're trying to date a woman that never had kids, there is going to be this difference between the two, and it might not work. It's not like, once again, it's about the difference in priorities and the amount of attention they can give each other.
Let me ask, is it easier for a single mom to date a single dad? Oh wait, no, single mom. Yeah, single dad. Let's get that right. My dad has a kid too. I was kind of curious about that, Jennifer. What do you think? Like, if a dad had a kid too, they were divorced, from his wife, and then like, is that an easier experience or is that just more complex? I don't know.
The bias is always towards the women on this.
Well, I have to be completely honest. I haven't really made much effort to date, so I don't really know. But I would think that yes, for me to date a man that has children already, as a single dad, that would probably be easier than someone that doesn't. Yeah, I would think so. So
Just because you can relate better to the situation where a single guy is just like, I don't know how to go in. I don't know how to approach this the right way. So many angles on it.
Yeah, but I'll be honest with you, I don't really have a whole lot of opportunities to go out and meet single dads.
So what are you stuck doing then? Literally.
She has a fucking 9-year-old full time.
I know, but she wants to meet somebody, Debbie.
Well, I left my husband. Yeah, I left my husband 3 years ago, and in addition to raising a 9-year-old, I homeschool her, and I also manage a business. So my life, and I travel a lot, because of business. So my life is pretty chaotic, and the times when I want to go out and meet men, I don't really have that opportunity because, I have a 9-year-old on my side.
But I would say there is one group.
Hopefully her dad will step up a little bit so that I have a little bit more free time.
I do. So when it comes to the taboo to single mothers, she's kind of in shut the fuck up. God damn, dude. Why is he back on stage? Okay, just take him down, dude. Holy shit.
Who was that?
It's the usual guy.
Yeah, it's fucking...
It's the nose picker guy, if you were here earlier.
Yeah, he's like an asshole.
Get over?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's streaming and doing stupid shit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
I wish your life was everything's being streamed, so if you're, don't want your business all over the place.
Anyway, it's all good. I have nothing to hide.
I do think this is where women will say it's not her demographic at her age, and she is somewhat anomalous to have a 9-year-old at 50.
Yeah.
But if you meet a woman who's like, let's say 24, and she already has a kid or two, and you're 24, I would say to a young man, I would tell him, don't do that. Just if you can avoid it, just do not do that. You can start a life of your own, bro. And I would say the exact same thing to a woman. If the 24-year-old man already had 2 kids, it's just like, look, you guys are really young. Don't go with the single parents. If anything, let the people that already have kids meet each other. I would say that as you get older, so I was 30 when I met my ex. We were together for over 8 years, and then it ended right when the pandemic started, and I haven't really cared to date or anything since. It was hard at first, but then I got super comfortable with not wanting to date, and then that's my norm. But I forget. So, but I remember opening up.
Do you feel like you're being honest about that, or is that just a story you tell yourself? And I'm just saying because I think there's this whole concept of, it could be self-doubt. It sounds like you're expressing self-doubt, or sometimes there's also psychology.
No,
self-deception. Self-deception and self-doubt.
Sure. So, I would, for I don't know, just to kind of for my ego in a weird way, I would put up even unflattering pictures of myself, on dating apps. It was my way of seeing who would be interested in me, and I would not say anything flattering about myself, anything like that. But I would still get a lot of matches and attention, and I'm gonna be really frank. So I remember it was November of 2019 is when we ended it, and it was weird. I remember I wanted to get my hair cut, and there was this attractive woman around my age, and I remember almost wanting to cry because I just wish she would give me a hug or something. I miss that kind of intimacy. Then fast forward several months, I was working from home, used to being by myself, and I just then all of a sudden I didn't have any fucking desire to want to meet women, and so I just like I'm somebody who has like urges like any male, but I can take care of that like whenever I want. And then it gets to a point to where it's just like, well, do I really want to take flirt with some woman and who knows how the fuck it's gonna go and whatever, I can just go jerk off and stop thinking about it. And I personally like do not have a desire. Like I don't feel like there's anything a woman can do to fulfill me. And so I like that's where I'm stuck. I don't really. What is a woman gonna do to complete me? Like I can't think of anything. I mean, sure, I could meet a woman that's like. She's like a friend and we have like this super cool connection and it's like, obviously once you have something like that, wow, this is so great. I never had this in my life before. But I mean, I can look throughout my life and the few women I was in like serious relationships with where I felt like I had that connection with them, it turned out to be wrong. And so, even then it's just like, what the fuck is it? It's almost like your mind deceives you. You think like, oh, this is a great person. You guys are meant to be together and all this shit. And then it's like, nope, you were dead fucking wrong. Your intuition was dead fucking wrong. Those feelings of comfort and security and specialness you had for this person were obviously not right. And so there goes that. So it's like next time I feel this certain way, I mean, I'm probably just like I was before. And I'm going to be quite honest, like, not being in a relationship, yeah, there's like things you miss out on, but there's none of the fucking drama. There is none of the stress and the bullshit that comes with it. And like, people say like, oh, well, wouldn't you want this? And you're like, yeah, sure, but I don't have it and I'm not going to miss it. And I'm not going to have the ups and the lows.
Yeah, I do agree that, the
years that goes away. Like,
there's the good and the bad with, being single and being in a relationship. So, anyway.
But I would say it took like around 3 years or so for that.
If you had any chance of dating.
Well, I haven't dated.
I'm just saying, you came across somebody.
Like, I've been, okay, so I left my husband.
I'm the Trump supporter.
Matt, I left my husband 3 years ago. And in 3 years, there's maybe been 2 men that I found interesting and attractive. And I have no clue what their political leanings were. But I do have to say that probably 95% of the people in my life, friends and family, are MAGA. And I'm not. So, I don't know.
But this is the interesting part, though, is if you look at dating profiles of women, I would say at least a third, they will say, like swipe left if you voted for Trump. No MAGA, none of this shit.
It's interesting.
And I look at that as a gift. I'm not offended by it whatsoever because it's like, yeah, thank you so much. Like, I don't want your fucking drama.
Yeah, I really don't care as long as they let me have my own thoughts and opinions and beliefs. I'm in the camp that believes neither side has our best interest, so I'm neither, I don't know. I'm in a weird position politically, but yeah.
Your family will really like you though.
My family is full on MAGA.
They're like, oh, bring in another MAGA person in.
They would love if I would meet a MAGA man. But like I said, I literally have been single for 3 years, but I haven't been trying. Like, I don't know, all my friends, like, I have a friend that literally has not divorced her husband yet, and she's already dating. And I don't know if it's because I'm just a very loyal person, or I just haven't made the effort. I don't know what it is, but in 3 years, I've met 2 men that I've been physically attracted to, and I've had good conversation with. But it hasn't panned out, because of one reason or another.
Well, can I ask you a question? Does it not get like... Okay, so I was like a male whore, and I was one of the guys that would like play women all the time when I was younger. And I would feel a little bad afterwards, but not really, because my friends and I would high-five each other, like, fuck that bitch, who cares about her feelings. That was like that was kind of typical of males in America, that grew up in the 90s and early 2000s. But I think like after you've been in relationships and dated so much, and it kind of I can't help but think it's like at least for me, it makes me super jaded. Like I feel like I've ran the gamut of every type of like feeling you can get with a female, and any expectation or excitement you can get with them, and it's just kind of like, oh, I get to experience that again. Amazing. I don't really care. Like, what is the likelihood? And I'm not saying it could be just me. I'm just saying for me, not you. But it's just like, okay, I'm in my mid-40s. We're not too far apart in age, but it's just like, what is the likelihood that things will change once I get in a relationship now? It could be a me problem. It could be that I'm just not, somebody that it was, for whatever reason, my personality, it was meant for me to be like in basically a loving relationship until we die. And that's fine. I mean, honestly, I don't, at this point in my life, it's not, why would I care? Like, and this is the most basic part, I'm not losing anything. I'm at peace. Somebody can add to my life, but it's likely going to be rocky. And then I would have to feel the heartache and the pain and the anger, as a result of it. And so, I would just rather not deal with it.
Right. I agree with you. Yeah, but I haven't been in a position where I could actually date people. Like the two guys I met, like my daughter was with me, so it wasn't like they were going to ask me on a date or, and I don't really have support for someone to really watch my daughter for me to go on a date, so I don't know. But yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. For me, it's a lot simpler for my life right now. Maybe when she's a little older and more independent, I can, get out and be more accessible to meet men.
When she's like 15, or I should say like in high school, she's probably going to, obviously she'll have the level of cognitive functioning to where she can be more independent, but
yeah, I mean, even if she could just like stay home by herself, that will open me up to being able to like go on a date, where I don't really have that option right now. Because where I live, I don't have family nearby, unfortunately. Although I love where I live. It's just my closest family member is an hour away. So it's not like I have a trustworthy babysitter.
Okay, there's been a charge leveled at you that you are in an incel phase.
I'm not in an incel phase. This is so stupid. What's really funny is I've had like a woman on this app from the Jewish side of Clubhouse say like, this is incel shit. This is incel shit. And I just look at her like, if we're about the same age, and like I can compare pictures of me when I was young, and like even now, it's not like I grew up like blew up and became fat or anything like that. I still have a full set of hair. But it's just like I went through at least a couple hundred women. Like by the time I was 21, next to your ears, by the way. This man is gay.
When it comes to dating, what do you mean incel?
So an incel is involuntarily celibate. Now, the involuntary part though is that like there was a woman on a dating. This was in September. It was we ended up connecting right before like Charlie Kirk got killed. And the only reason I bring that up is because she went to the memorial because it was here in Arizona. We went, the same age, went to the same high school. She also doesn't have kids. You guys think I'm a fucking Nazi? Like, holy shit, wait until you meet her. Literally. But, I mean, she's cool and all, but I I think a little bit crazy. But it's just like, this what she was like begging me to like meet her. I'm like, I don't know. This bitch seems crazy. Like I can't fold the deal with. So you know, we spent this money. We're kind of invested. You know, but I would nail her, so perhaps I can have a deal. And so, you know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not above caressing a woman to do that. But it's just like, even then, it's just like, you know what I can do? I can just go ahead and jerk off and stop thinking about it, and then just go ahead and go back to like what I was doing. Like it's literally like there's nothing complicated about like my frame of mind, and
so you'd rather jerk off than go through the whole dating process.
Fuck yes, dude.
Yeah, it's more simple. Yeah.
Well, just think about it. People think that like oh, you know what, dude. First of all, a lot of women are like lazy, and they're not. A lot of sex is like transactional, and to be quite frank, I can often get like fucking my own hand have a better orgasm than I can with a lot of fucking women, and so yeah, I don't need to.
I gotta stop you there.
So that's a challenge for women. Like
I've had plenty of women that could do the job. I don't know.
Women. First of all, any woman can do the job. It's just like, is the juice worth the squeeze? And I think this is also where I'm changed. Like I'm somebody who went through, at a very young age, went through a lot of women. By the time I was 30, it's probably like 400 or 500. It was.
What?
Yeah, no, it was like it was disgusting.
Wait,
400 to 500. No, 400 to 500.
I'm 50 and I can count on one hand the amount of men that I've been with.
Yeah, but so, like you have to.
Wow.
I would say
Pepe is a modern day.
So
and
you're.
If you lived in less civilized times, he would have actually fathered those children too.
Well, no, he did it through strong heart. He's intelligent and raped.
So were you a partier? Is that why you went?
I kind of was, but it was. I would say, like in comparison to my friends that did get married and have children, like in my 20s, I was somewhat looking for the one, but I was also like always on the prowl for like who can I fuck. And I would, that's what I did. And I spent like way too much time trying to fuck women. Way too much time. And I would say, like, this is where the jade, also where it comes in. So imagine you slept with all of these women. And then you're like my age, and it's like, the obvious answer is, a question would be, what do you have to show for it? How did it improve your life? It did not improve my life. I had a bunch of fleeting moments of satisfaction. You could have smoked crack and done the same fucking thing. It doesn't benefit you in any way in the long term. And so even that is kind of like, And you have to. It's also like it gets old. Like how many women do you have to fuck? And it's just, it's just like,
so
you fucked a rainbow.
Yeah. So this moment of celibacy that you're going through is good. Like. Right? Isn't that what you just said? Like,
no, I don't know if it's good. I just don't care.
No, I'm saying that you should go through this because of how you were in your early 20s and early 30s.
It's enlightening him. This is a very enlightening side of Pepe.
Yeah.
And one thing I noticed is that, sometimes when you go through extremes, it brings you out of the other side. And so what men have to understand is you're not going to be sexually compatible with every woman. So trying to chase every woman, like Pepe said, it's going to be very, very fleeting. You're going to feel empty. That's one thing I learned in my journey. You're not going to be sexually compatible with every woman. So it might be better just to be friends.
Yeah, and I'm a fucking pervert too. Like I'm into things that a lot of women might be like, oh my god. But like, I don't know. But the kind of women that would maybe be into stuff I'm into are not that common.
deafening.
I know, they're like, oh my God.
I hate to ask what you're into, but anyway. Yeah.
I think it's funny because I think it's for you self-doubt, not self-deception. I think you just have gotten bored of women, and that's why you're not dating anymore. But like, I don't think it's that you're like an incel at all, because that would be more like self-deception, which is you're accused of incel. That is clearly not the case. You have probably a high enough body count to be more like to get the women if you wanted them. But it seems like you have gotten bored of women.
I wouldn't say bored. I don't think it's possible to. For me, there's the physical, sexual attraction part is still like very much there. It's just
but like, all the other baggage that comes with it.
Yeah, it's everything, and then it's the.
What's the baggage? Like, I would like to know what that is.
Oh, sure. Well, like, if you meet a woman and you want to date her,
the bullshit.
Like, the reality is that that's
what is bullshit.
So, like,
shit from a bull.
But if you were to look at, for
Every single woman I need to know.
Okay, so like, if you were to meet a woman or man, we can just do this either way. You're gonna meet a person. It can be charming and nice. And if there's a physical attraction between you two that kind of does in a way sucker you into thinking, it makes you feel these feelings of you start to attribute your own ideas of what this person is or should be. And it's kind of and I'm sure everybody here can kind of understand what I'm saying. Like, when you meet a woman who's very attractive and she smiles and she's nice and all of that, the fact that she's pretty and she's like interested in you, it gives you this feeling where it's just like, oh, this person is somehow good. As opposed if this person wasn't as attractive, you likely would not have those feelings. And there is a level of superficiality that happens with all of us, where I get it for like biological reasons. You know, we select for. I'm not very religious, but we select for mates that we think will have the healthiest offspring, and so we are cognitively, our minds cognitively trick us into thinking that just the